Do we think the draft's actually going to start on time?
Probably not. Especially
Probably not.
this is ESPN production. This is an ESPN production, so I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna bet no on that. Uh oh, WhatsApp messages are flooding in.
Yeah, Matt, you've got some noise in the background. Here, I'm going to mute you for a sec.
Is it the fan?
Yeah, I think it's that. Yeah, it must be the fan. I believe it will be the fan. Hopefully, you don't need
I'll
that
be back.
fan. Jordan, why do you have so many phones? You're watching this on your second loud ass fan. But yeah, I'm very excited. It seems like AJ Debansa is pretty locked in at number one these days, which I do understand. Even though I have Debansa three as my, like I said, I linked my big board order, and throughout this video or throughout the stream, I am going to be sharing and referencing our awesome Essentially Sports big board that we put a ton of time and hours to have scouting reports that we'll go through on all of these players as they get drafted. But I do have Cameron Boozer first overall, Darren Peterson two, AJ Devanza third, Caleb, and if we look at the card form, looks a lot nicer for this. Looking into the top 10 of the draft. And yeah, it is an incredibly loaded draft that is going to be extremely fun. Steph says, "Is there any validity to the claim that a Corey is a very good passer, and that he simply decided to stop passing halfway throughout this season because of the lack of talent?" I liked the Corey as a, I did like a Corey as a playmaker at times this year, but I don't personally notice a huge difference between the middle and the end. I do think Abuka Okori having such like an outsized talent deficit um, definitely didn't help him by any means, right? Like he was the only guy on that team who was really impactful. And who was really making like big things happen. But I do think he has like legitimate visions concerns. I think the size definitely doesn't help him as a playmaker. His ability to like create shots is obviously incredible. And I think his playmaking is like mostly boosted by his I think his playmaking is mostly boosted. Um, Someone said, "Which one of these handsome, young, talented men will save my Chicago Bulls?" It's probably going to be Caleb Wilson at fourth overall. That is definitely going to be the case. 15th, I don't know. Thinking about size, what did Bryson Graham say? He likes slappy players, size, length, athleticism, physicality. Um, there are plenty of athletic, toolsy players who are going to be available in this range. So I don't know. There's going to be a lot of, physical, athletic, explosive wings and forwards around that I do think are going to be. Clippers fans want Michael Brown. What's up, CT? How's it going? Glad to see everyone flowing in. Almost 50 people before the draft even starts. According to my television, the draft starts in 21 minutes and 50 seconds. Adai Mara top. You think Adai Mara goes six to the Nets? Matt, after the Julius Randle trade, do you think they'd take a center? Maybe. What's up, Joe? How's it going?
Do they take a center here? I mean, yeah, after trading Nicholas Claxton, from what I understand, they're going to be going best available. Correct at the sixth spot is what I've been hearing, and I just don't feel like he would be because I don't think they have anyone at guard. I know they drafted a lot of guards last year, but I don't know if any of them really like showed enough in year one to warrant skipping out on some of these high end guards that could be available at six, like Mikael Brown, who you've turned me on in recent days.
Yeah, Matt's the kind of guy who would be tapped into a dog shit Nets team. So I'm curious if you have any thoughts on if any of those guards are like worth not drafting a guard for. I'd assume generally no.
So no, I would say Igor is the one I'm most familiar with, and just if you look at his first year indicators, I thought it was incredible how he was able to transform his jump shot from being a big concern coming out of college to being like pretty good, a pretty good weapon. He's a great passer, but he just could not generate enough rim pressure to really make you feel excited about his future. And all the players with his kind of first year indicators in the sense of, I think it was looking at, what was I looking at? What filter? It was 3 point rate and what was the other stat? It was something else, but basically all the guards who had a similar 3 point rate and this other stat that I'm completely blanking on right now ended up being kind of like Ricky Rubio types. And as much as we love Ricky Rubio here, he was a great passer, but
I
never a
mean, it could
great
be like
creator because he didn't.
I was gonna say his free throw rate was never crazy. Trying to think. Like I think that yeah, I think Yegor is
He just
a
didn't get to the rim
wing,
a lot. He didn't.
but yeah, I think we're gonna yeah, Brooklyn's going best player. Someone said in the chat that Mara makes sense because Sean Marks loves playmakers. Um, Spotted Sausage says, "Why isn't JoJo Tugler on any big boards?" That is because he went back to school and is not in this draft. But I don't fault you for not knowing that, since in this current college basketball landscape, it feels especially impossible to kind of know who is going to be in the draft at any given time and who is going back to college. Like I think there's a guy I like in the second round, Malik Lewis of yeah, Malik Lewis is his name, of New Zealand or Southeast Melbourne, and he is a really impressive player who I think would be like a worthy second round pick, but I think has been linked to like some college teams, so strange. I don't know exactly. Um, what's up, Jacob? How's it going? Well, thank y'all. Jordan asked, how was your day?" I know Matt had a bit of a chaotic day. My day was fine. I ate lunch with my grandmother, as I like to do on Tuesdays. She lives close by, so I try to take advantage of that.
Tuesdays with Maury. You ever read that book? Mitch Albom.
I have not. No, actually.
Okay, it's a good read. It's a good read. It's by Mitch Albom. He is a very famous writer in the Michigan area. Famously wrote Fab Five. For
Ooh.
those of you who did not know or did know, whenever I go to Pistons games, he has. Even though I don't think he's been to a Pistons game in years, he has a laminated, like press little name tag thing, and I still have a paper one. Even though I
Hey,
feel like
that's
I'm there more frequently than he is.
very
Even though
cool.
I'm not. That's not cool.
I mean, the fact that you're a credentialed reporter and are at Pistons games is cool.
I mean, I'm not on that freak. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not there like as much as
More
you
than me.
people who actually cover the Pistons. Yeah,
More
yeah,
than
you're
me.
there more than. I mean, I guess I'm there more than you. I fell
Someone,
off. I was going to a bunch early on in the season, and then high school basketball came around, and I was like, I have a
yo,
chance to actually help people
real
win something
job.
right now. Real
Someone
job.
said
This is my real
Terrace Reed,
job.
Terrace Reed to the Raptors at 19. There's some smoke recently. Interesting. I had not seen that. Reed to the Raptors at 19, a little bit of a reach to me. I mean, it would be all right. I think the Raptors definitely need a center upgrade. I think that's undoubtable. Reed is interesting because he's not like a crazy rim protector, and I feel like I might want that for the Raptors. But like CMB is such a good like secondary rim protector. Um, yeah, he's such a good secondary rim protector that it might be worth it. But I don't know. It wouldn't be my favorite pick, but I think Reed to the Raptors, like in the like mid teens, late 20s, I think Terrace Reed would be completely fine there. I wouldn't be too worried about taking him in that area of the draft.
Can I ask a question?
You may ask me a question if you'd like.
Only because I think he's the coolest guy ever, and he just has so much drip and coolness. Do you think I get to hear Koa Pete's name tonight?
I think so. It would be kind of surprising if he was in the draft. Okay, speaking of drip, have we been seeing photos and such of like the players' fits? Because that's
I
something
have
I
not
always like
yet.
to see is like which of these players are dripped out. I think that's a very important.
Caleb Wilson is. He's on TV right now. He's looking good.
Caleb Wilson's a sharp young man.
Yeah, he's got a good suit on. It's like a that kind of like peacoat button vibe kind of. I want to say. Oh, they got the picture right now. I think I might be a little ahead of you, but they have a picture of all the guys who were invited to the green room. You know, I coached today. We had an exhibition game against Darius Acuff's old coach at Cass Tech.
Oh, very cool.
His old high school coach. We were chatting up a little bit about that. He thinks he's going to the Kings, although Brooklyn is on the table from his information, if anyone was wondering.
Yeah, your random buddy sources. I love that.
I mean, he coached the guy. He coached him. He said he was going to go watch after. So I feel
I
like
love that. That's sick.
he's got something, right?
Awesome. We are
Have
waiting
you heard of
for.
Stevie Hall?
I have not, but I will say our
Okay.
first guest is about to hop on the show. We will see who he is in a second. It's a big secret. It's only a big secret to me. It's not that crazy. Um, but yeah, sorry, I don't know who that is, Matt.
He's the number two ranked player in Michigan this year. I think he's gonna go to Colorado or Colorado State.
Ooh,
So keep an eye on him. He's not
I'm sure.
to me he's not that good, but you know.
I'm sure at some point in the future I may definitely cross paths with him at some point. There's a good chance if you play college basketball, I will like at some point conceive of a person. Someone said, where does CMB go in this draft? That's an interesting question. Probably like with the knowledge of what he did or not, because I was high on him, but I don't know how high the league was on him last year. But like after what he did in that playoff series, like, whew, I was already really high on CMB, but like was so awesome to see. Was so awesome to see what ex- to see him like actually put together his incredible defensive versatility and rim protection and like primary on ball defense in the playoffs. I would consider taking him probably in the top 5 this year, top 6 maybe. I don't know. That's really high, but he is an incredible player. He is an incredible player. I'm even trying to figure out how to retweet something. One sec. The
I wrote
draft.
something about the Bucks today. Let's see if
Yeah.
it's been
What do we all think
published.
about the Giannis trade? I think someone said Yaxel to the Bucks. That could be interesting. I feel like the Bucks are going to take young players. I don't trust the Bucks to do anything else than to
Ooh,
take
Ben, my top
young.
25 list is out.
What'd you say?
Some fun reading. My top 25 list is out. Potential fun reading for people at home. If you
Who's
want to
number
read it
six?
right now.
Who's number 16?
Number 6? Number
16.
16? Oh, let's go look.
Yep.
I can't even remember. 16. He's in tier. Let's see here. I got tiers
We don't need
just like you.
this tears nonsense. I don't know what you're talking about. What happened to just line the
Let's
ball
see.
up and
Tier.
roll it out?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Matthew?
This is a tier of 4 guy. Oh my god. You're gonna hate who I have. Well, not you're not gonna hate him because you're a reasonable human being, but most of society is gonna hate who I have at number 16 in
You
tier
have
4
16.
fringe all NBA players. You want to guess? He's like the most hated NBA player right now.
I don't know, Gobert? No, not Gobert.
No, no, not Gobert.
I don't care enough to guess.
It's Chet Holmgren.
Chet? Yeah, I like it. I like Chet. Holy
Yeah.
shit. Spotted Sausage. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for all your dedication to the content. Keep it up. Great little corner of the world for basketball junkies. That is my intention. I have very much enjoyed creating a space for a bunch of people with an extremely niche hobby. And hello, Will. We have our first guest of the show, my good friend Will Morris of Swish Theory, friend of the channel. Will, thank you for being our first guest on tonight's show. How's it going?
Doing well, doing well. Thank you very much for having me. Excited to be here.
How's your pre-draft
Hey,
day
Will.
been
I'm
so
Matt.
far?
Hey, Matt. How's it going?
Good to meet you, man.
Yeah,
I
great
feel
to meet
really
you too.
special to be in this circle right now with you guys.
I know it's the anticipation's killing me, man. It's about to get started. Best time of the year.
So, Will, I think most of the betting markets and things have AJ Demancey going one, but if you were in the chair, if I wave my magic wand and say Will, you are the czar of the Washington Wizards. Who is the number one pick going to be?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I do have a three-man tier at the top, as I think many do, between Boozer, Peterson, and Debanza. But for me, Cam Boozer sticks out as the top prospect in this class.
There we
And I
go.
know Ben, you're a Boozer guy too, so I'm preaching to the choir a little bit here. But to me, just his blend of IQ, strength, finishing ability, just offensive versatility in general is honestly unlike anything I've ever seen. He was just so dominant at the rim this year, and there's definitely some limitations there. He's not the best vertical athlete in the world, but he's just so ridiculously strong, has great touch. And offensively, I just think you can deploy him in so many ways, whether it's using him getting downhill, driving to the hoop. He's so good at, lowering his shoulder and dislodging rim protectors, and finishing through contact. But also, he's a guy that you can just have operating as a hub, finding the open man. His timing as a passer is spectacular. And then he can shoot it from deep as well. I think he was 39% from three this year, if I've got that right off the top of my head, shooting like a healthy 6 attempts per 100 possessions. So, obviously there's stuff to develop there. Maybe his in between game is something that could come around as a scorer. I don't think he's as potent as an off the dribble shooter as someone like Peterson or Debansa, but his strengths are incredibly strong, and I just feel like his combination of power and IQ is just so unmatched that he's the guy who I would prefer number one.
Yeah, Boozer. I mean, as people know, I'm with you. I'm with y'all. I'm looking at these outfits right now. Kingston Fleming is absolutely fitted up. Not to just be a parody of myself, because that's my guy, but the dark red suit. Um, Man, Adaimara is such a gigantic person. It is crazy how tall he is. It is absolutely insane. This is the riveting analysis that y'all are here for. Someone asked Steph in the chat. Thank you so much, Matthew, for the super chat. I will answer your question. I would love for the Heat at 40. I, I'm sure Will co-sign this. Matt asked Heat at 41. I certainly would love for that to be Bruce Thornton, wouldn't you?
I would. I love Bruce Thornton, unless my Celtics take him at 27. But no,
Something a
yeah,
little more, something a little bit more timely right now. Steph asked about Cameron Boozer. Does Boozer actually have post moves? I've heard about Boozer's strength, but not so much about his post skill. So, Will, what do you got to? What are your thoughts on Cameron Boozer's like the nitty gritty of his post game?
yeah, I think power is definitely more so the name of the game for him. But I do think he does have good footwork and does have a little bit of a bag of tricks down there. But I don't think like just compared to recent prospects, I think someone like Jahlil Okafor probably had like a more potent just like bag of post moves. But needless to say, I do think that Boozer has some counters down there. But to me, the draw more so is his power. A lot of his like post attempts at the rim, it's he'll get a mismatch. He's like sealing a guy off, and will just dunk the ball or go up for an easy layup. And he's also great at crashing the offensive glass, getting his own rebound if he does miss a shot. But even if those those buckets aren't quite as sexy as someone holding the ball for 6 seconds and putting in a post move or whatever. it's still 2 points. And I think the fact that Boozer makes it look so easy, playing as one of the youngest guys in the NCAA to the degree where he was National Player of the Year, was the unquestioned best player in all of college basketball, I think bodes well for him. I think winning simply is something that is underrated in prospects, and even if there's guys that might have a better handle than him or might have, a wider array of dribble moves, I think the fact that Boozer has been so dominant his entire career, winning off of easy buckets, is something that works in his favor.
Spotted Sausage says, are the rules for tipping picks in the chat? I don't moderate tipping picks in this chat because I can't control it. I am not going to look at it if I'm interested, but I'm not going to be paying much attention to it. So for any of our guests or for anybody, if you would like to not be spoiled by the chat, and again, like, you don't need to tip it in the chat, but just heads up for everyone, since I feel like it's impossible to really avoid, and like, I'm not watching it on TV, so that's something that you are not interested, feel free to click off when your team is picking, come back after. No offense or anything in that regard at all. I was gonna say, Matt or Will, I mean, can you think of any like examples of big men in the NBA like developing and seasoning that intermediate game? Because I think of like guards like John Morant, Anthony Edwards, Donovan Mitchell have kind of expanded their footwork variation in their intermediate game.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are other
I feel
examples
like the
of
best one.
bigger players who have done it, like Blake Griffin later in his career.
I mean, Zubac kind of, right, with the little push shots and stuff and just expanding his touch is one that I have a question for both you guys, because it's funny you mentioned that and I mentioned Zubac, right? Do you think people would feel better about Boozer as the number one guy if he was a center, like he was center size, right? And he had the game that he has right now, because it seems just like so much more. The parallels seem so much easier if that's the case, right? Where you could say like he's kind of like more athletic Sengun, like a better defending Sengun, or of that mold. Do you guys agree there, or do you think it really doesn't matter?
Yeah, I I do think the Zubac one is interesting. Like, I think it's just like another guy, another example of a guy who's always been like crazy functionally strong relative to his like age group. And I think that like, kind of like you said, Will, like the strength is his base, but I think having that functional strength is just like such a huge kind of value add. A huge kind of value add that like you can use that as a base to add more things. Like you're going to get more chances to develop and to add skills and to kind of continue growing as a player if you have these, foundational things like physical strength. I think feel for the game is something we talked about, right? Just like shot making touch. Someone said, can I ask why I like Phylon so much given his outlier weight and size? I think the BMI scouting thing, like, I think in the heavy direction, I think it's usually a positive indicator, but I feel like I have more faith in these like leaner players developing in their functional strength. And with Phylon especially, the fact that he's already improved his strength gives me some hope that he can keep getting stronger. But I also think like he's still super, super physical. He's an extremely like crafty, patient player. So he has the kind of play style. It's not like he's one of these guys like Michael Brown Jr., who's like flinging himself with the basket and doesn't like play as much under control. So maybe strength isn't as much of an add. Where are you at on Phylon, Will? I don't know if we've talked about him. I don't know if I know your take on him.
Yeah, I'm probably on the lower end. I sort of see this big tier, like honestly after 4, all the way down from 5 to like 20 or something. And maybe there's like kind of a break somewhere in there. So I think Phylon is very much in the lottery mix, but I do just worry a little bit about his lack of strength, even if he is physical, and I think his pacing is pretty incredible. The way he was able to get downhill this season, and the fact that he just got better as a sophomore is always an encouraging sign. I just worry that the finishing Might be mitigated a bit in the NBA, playing outside of Alabama's system and being in a more I don't know, just being against more physical, longer, stronger NBA players. And then I think his shot is great and developed super well this season, but I do think that this is just a really deep guard class, and there's honestly guards that I think I just buy the shot a little bit more. So, I don't think I'm like a Phylon hater or anything. Like, I think he could definitely carve out a nice spot in the NBA, and I think there is tons of upside there if he does fill out the frame. But I certainly don't view him in that like I think he's still in that lottery mix, but I don't think he's there with like a Kingston Flemings or a Cuff, who I am probably higher on than most of draft Twitter, or Keaton Wagler. But still, I think he's definitely like a capable potential lottery guy.
For sure. Not Zay asked if I like Wagler. I do like Wagler. I know you like Wagler, Will. Can you shoot a quick elevator pitch for why people like Wagler so much? Since I feel like he's someone I've gotten a lot of questions about from my friends or people who either aren't super tapped in. They see like a 6'5" guy who's like a shooter without great athleticism. It's like, what makes him different? What makes him like a real top level player rather than like a more of a role player bet?
Yeah, I think to me it's his combination of size, shot making, and feel. Wagler definitely has his athletic deficiencies, but his shooting, just like his ability to just put the ball in the hoop, is incredible. He's such a good shooter, such a versatile shooter. I think his release is like maybe a little bit low, but like at the end of the day, those things are tough to get caught up on when the ball just goes in the hoop and he's capable of getting his shot off at so many different angles. Definitely concerned about him as just like, oh, here's Keaton Wagler. Let's just like run a bunch of pick and rolls with him. Just given some of his creation woes, I don't think he's very good at just like breaking down guys off the dribble. But I do think he plays with good pace, and I think his free throw drawing also just speaks to his level of feel. Like, he knows he's not somebody that is like getting downhill and dunking on guys. It's always cited he had 0 dunks this year.
Yeah.
But even with that, like, he's able to win in other ways. And I think, I mean, what was it? He had pretty high free throw rate this year. I should have these numbers next to me, but I can look it up quickly. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
4.76 free throw rate is insane for somebody that has some downhill limitations, right? So
Yeah, for someone as like slow and skinny as him, like that's really impressive.
yeah,
Like,
so for me, it's, you can create queries where it's like dudes with 0 dunks and tons of made threes, and it gives you back like Ty Jerome, and it's like, okay, are you gonna like use the 5th pick on Ty Jerome? But in many ways, I think Wagler is kind of in his own box, as a guy that's just an insane shot maker and has such high feel for the game. I don't, necessarily view him like, I think I'd put him a tier below Caleb Wilson, and I actually like Flemings and a Cuff maybe even more in a vacuum, but like Wagler is still a phenomenal prospect.
yeah, Wagler is really interesting. I think his combination of just like incredible feel and shot making chops are really impressive. I think just that combination of like incredible off dribble shot making, off platform shot making touch, and just the consistency. Like something I do my pass tracking, and I chart for I chart for decisions and I chart for turnovers, and his like pure passing turnovers are unbelievably low. Like he had a decent amount of like dribbling related turnovers where like he either lost his footwork or kind of threw his handle into someone. But yeah, I mean like somebody kind of alluded to this. Like Ty Jerome was awesome this year, so I think like even though like it's like oh yeah top 5 pick on Ty Jerome, like yes, but I think that one understates who Ty Jerome is, and two like these players that are so like unique like Wagler, it's hard to like think of good approximates for a lot of these players. And I have all my comparisons listed over to the right side here. Some of them I feel better about. Some of them I feel worse about. Wagler are definitely some of the ones I feel worse about. Like he is such a unique, like one of one player who I really do think like there are so many different ways that this could go. And the Wizards are officially on the clock. Call it AJ Peterson. I think it's gonna be probably AJ.
Boozer. No, yeah, it's probably gonna be it's gonna be AJ. I think. It seemed like there was some Peterson smoke picking up some momentum, but I honestly expect it more so.
There was
to be
definitely
smoke.
a little. There was definitely a little bit of Peterson smoke. I think it's gonna be AJ, but like, I don't know. Would be pretty shocking if it was Boozer, but that would be so awesome.
Yeah, no, I think it'll be AJ. Who I like I said, I have all three of these guys in a tier, so I don't think like they're making the most like franchise altering, devastating mistake. Even if I'm a Boozer guy, I think AJ is
Same.
an unbelievable prospect, and to me, I mean, I do have him ranked too, and again in that same echelon as Boozer. So I think it's a good pick. I can't really get too upset.
Yeah, I mean, hard to be too mad. I think it's gonna be. I'd say, I'd say AJ is most likely at this point. And I think AJ makes like the Trey extension might make that make even more sense. Like that was a lot of money for Trey Young.
It was, and yeah, it kind of feels strange, especially after all these discussions that you saw around Trey Young, where it's like, I think especially in like a draft context of like, oh, like what's the value of a player like Trey Young, and I guess you're seeing now with this contract that like, yeah, I guess still pretty high.
Someone asked, "Do you guys also hate the Trey contract? Thoughts, y'all, on this Trey deal?" I,
Yeah,
it's
I think it's bad.
it's a little
It's
spooky
bad.
to me. I
I
can't
get the
lie.
so I mean his value. So I think the anti-taking rules make it more valuable to be a floor raiser in this league. Which Trae Young is still a pretty good floor raiser. Like even with how bad he was in Atlanta this year, their offensive rating was much higher with him on the floor than off of it, and he will help those youngsters who are all still on very cost-effective contracts. Because they have a lot of play finishers on that team with like Keyshawn George, Alex Sarr, Will O'Reilly, and Trey Johnson, Bob Carrington, whatever. And so I don't know. It's pretty high. I feel like he probably should have been in that Brandon Ingram range of
I'm
$40
surprised he
million a
got
year.
that
Even
much
then,
money
that was a little
and
too
that
rich for
long
my
of a
blood.
deal.
Yeah, I just don't know where his leverage came from. Where did he get that kind of leverage to get that kind of deal? You know what I mean? Like who wanted Trey Young that was
Clearly,
going to
clearly
swoop
somebody,
up and take him from the
clearly somebody
Hawks? I
might
mean
have.
the Wizards.
Miami. What's up, MCH? And again,
Yeah, I don't
thank,
know.
welcome to everyone filing in the draft. The Wizards pick is officially in. Sorry, Will. What's up?
Yeah, no, I mean to me the length is just a bit crazy, right? Like in practice, I get overpaying a guy when you like theoretically have this star coming in on like a rookie, still number one overall pick contract, but a rookie contract that theoretically is going to be helping you. And I think with this class, providing like near all-star level production and just like immediately outperforming what their contract is. So in that sense, I get, like you can maybe afford to keep Trey Young around and overpay him for a couple years, but 4 years is rich. I don't know.
Is it a vote of confidence? Like, we think we're gonna still be like in a level of our rebuild in 4 years where we're not gonna be feeling this, like, we're, because I mean, at that point you're gonna have to be paying, if it gets that far, you're gonna want to be thinking about paying Alex Sarr, or might already be paid. Same with Bilal, might already paid if they end up wanting to go that direction. Keyshawn, Will Riley, Trey Johnson. And of course, like the Wizards going forward, maybe they have plans to like consolidate assets, or to make some kind of move around. But yeah, I mean it's weird. I don't particularly understand it. It's not my favorite decision. I like Trey though. Like I think if he can get back to like his peak level, it becomes worth it. I'm just skeptical of that after the injuries and after just the way we've seen him kind of decline recently. But I would like to see it happen. I'd like to see Trey prove us wrong, because again, it seems like as everyone
This
in the chat
Wizards
is kind of echoing, no one really seems to like this deal.
this Wizards front office has done a really good job since they've kind of been brought in and stuff. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. And maybe they've done the calculus, and it's like again rules. Like Trey Young's contract will always hold value to somebody because somebody will always need a floor raiser as long as he's in his prime. But that again, he's trying to be devil's advocate right now.
This pick has been in for so long. I would love if we just made this pick. I assume it's going to be AJ DeBansa. Oh, here we go. Pick coming across. And like I said, I'm not necessarily trying to not have it spoiled, but I have not seen it spoiled yet. So, Commissioner walking up, and it is indeed AJ DeBansa, BYU, who is a Washington Wizards. And, I mean, I think this is still an A, even though I have AJ DeBansa third overall. Like, he is such a consummate wing scorer prospect with some of the most impressive kind of footwork and ball handling and ball skills you'll ever see. Oopsies, let me share my screen back up there. He is a one-of-one scorer, and I think DeBansa is going to be great, at least offensively. I'm curious to see how he settles in right away, but I do think DeBansa is going to be really effective as a scorer pretty immediately. It's just, I'm just curious to see how he adapts to this context. Like, he hasn't really played in this, he's going to be playing with Anthony Davis, playing with Trey Young. I don't know. I think DeBansa, is probably going to be an elite enough scorer at his peak, but for right now, I don't know. I'm curious to see how this goes, but ultimately, I can't be too mad at the AJ DeBansa pick.
Yeah, no, I think I'm on the same page, and to me, I think we might have talked about this on another podcast, Ben, but the fit defensively, I think so much of it depends on if AD is playing or not, because the Wizards,
True.
have this giant question mark that is still an all NBA level defensive player when he's in. That theoretically is someone that would be super helpful for a developing defender like AJ to play next to. If he's not there, I worry about the defensive fit a little bit more, but I think a part of my process that has evolved is just understanding look, this guy has fantastic movement skills, has great size, definitely has a motor. He is super raw defensively. I think he puts a lot of rough moments on film off ball, but at the end of the day, you just can't get too caught up in those things when you're scouting a teenager with his physical tools. And AJ's scoring is just unbelievable. His athleticism is absolutely unbelievable. I think, for a guy with his athletic tools, it's just amazing how polished he is as a scorer in those in-between areas. And, I think there's still development for him to undergo, but at the same time, he's young, and I think some of that feel for the game on both ends will definitely improve.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a transition for him, as it is for the majority of rookies, but ultimately I think he's so talented. And someone asked in the chat, do you think AJ is going to be elite at anything but scoring? Probably not. I don't think so. But I do think he'll be a very good passer at his peak. I'm pretty high on his passing relative to what I've seen from some people. I generally just trust players with his level of like scoring gravity to figure that out to an extent. And I could see him being a very good on-ball defender. Like you said, his general defensive impact, especially like with some of the off-ball stuff, is going to be shaky. He's just not that level of, processor on either end of the floor, but I think especially on defense, that's very true. But I do think a guy with like his length, size, physical tools could end up being a pretty difference-making on-ball defender. And like we saw it in flashes this year. Like I remember the UConn game early in the year. He had some awesome moments guarding the ball and pressuring out. And there's definitely some kind of potential there with like how good his footwork is on offense. Like maybe he can kind of replicate and improve that to some extent on the defensive end. But yeah, it's going to be definitely the thing to watch, right? Debansa. Someone said, Kyle in the chat said, AJ C+ on the Zodiac synergy. What do we think about that? Bad omen, maybe?
That Zodiac synergy account, like every time I see something retweeted from them, it's always weirdly accurate. So
It is, and
you
maybe
might
this
have
is
to
again
change this grade, Ben. I don't know.
just the world. Yeah, yeah. Actually, Kyle, just send me the grades for all of the Zodiac ones, and that's how I'll do these grades. Yeah, hopefully AJ. I mean, look, like players with, I mean, by all accounts, like from what I know, like seems like a great guy. Just like a good person, like a, like a very talented player who definitely like wants the ball and wants to be the lead guy, but like again, not going to be someone who I think should be hard to work with overall. And the Jazz pick is in. Do we think this is Darren Peterson? I would assume so, but I feel like, man, Cam rocking the all-white suit, I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of the all-white suit on Cam Boozer. I didn't see what Darren was wearing.
I was literally just thinking that. I didn't want to interrupt you guys, but that suit is phenomenal, and he looks very handsome in it. I just want to say that.
If y'all were getting drafted, what would be your general fit direction?
I would have to be light skinned if I was going to get drafted. I would make that happen.
Well, you have to pick an outfit regardless. Actually, okay, we'll talk about this later. The pick is in.
I don't know, man. Man, there's so many ways I'd do my life differently if I was getting drafted in the NBA. I have thigh tats, a calf tat.
Darren Peterson,
I don't know. I'd probably just whatever Koa Pete's wearing.
Darren Peterson is on the Utah Jazz, as we kind of expected. I'm giving this one an A as well. There's going to be a lot of high marks in this. Like, I hate giving out so many high grades, but, like, this is just a sick draft, and I'm sorry, there's going to be a lot of good picks made. So we're probably going to be giving out a lot of high grades. Hopefully that doesn't upset too many of y'all. I'm really intrigued by the idea of Darren in, like, the Will Hardy system as, like, a movement player, kind of in, like, the way he was at Kansas to some extent, but man, I mean, the talent around him at Kansas this year was truly heinous at times. Like, it was brutal watching him.
Can I get a question for you guys? It's
Of course.
like forward facing, right? Obviously, we know he's got a very high ceiling, but so I'm big on the Jazz next season as like a. Remember when the Golden State Warriors upset the Dallas Mavericks because they were the perfect foil for them in 2008, I believe 2008. Yes,
I was like 7, but
and I feel like the Jazz are that team. Yeah, and so the Jazz kind of like are like that team to me, the Spurs, where I could see the Jazz barely making it into the playoffs and then upsetting the Spurs in the first round just because of that combination in the court with Lowry, Jaren, and Walker Kessler. They need more wings, right? And so do you guys think how good of a like year one player is Darren Peterson to you guys?
I could see him being really good, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I could see him being
Like
really
better than
good.
Khan?
Yes.
Yeah, I would tend to agree on that. Yeah, I mean, it's to me this top 3 is just so. Again, I'm not super old, so I my like knowledge database doesn't go back as far as other scouts, but This is like most certainly the best top three I've evaluated, and I had Darren at three again in that same tier with the rest of them, but it like pained me to put him there because he's definitely like a capable number one pick, and is honestly like just one of the best shot making prospects I've ever evaluated. His ability to just get his shot off in such a wide variety of ways is it's absolutely insane. And I feel like there's been all this talk about how it was like this rocky, like up and down roller coaster year at Kansas, which in some ways is true. But like it all kind of encapsulated with him putting up like a 12 box plus minus and being like the clear best player on like a very good college team, right? So like even with all these narratives that DP had like a terrible year, had like a rocky year, he still had like a damn good season by like any metric of like measuring how good freshmen are at the college level. So
No doubt.
no, I'm a big DP fan. I think his shooting is just incredible.
Same.
It pains me to put him at
Yeah.
three.
But Will, thank you so much for giving us some time, getting ready for our next guest to hop on. Anything you want to plug? Anything you want to tell the people
Thank you, Will.
before you head out?
Not really. I mean, follow me on Twitter, W_A_Morris.
It'll be
Yeah,
linked on the screen.
thank you guys a ton for having me on. Exciting draft. Excited to be with you guys for this historic top three. But yeah, no, thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you, Will. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
You guys too. Peace.
And just like
Take care,
that,
brother.
we have a quick overlap. No break.
Hey, Ben,
Yeah, Matt.
was Will calling me old there because of the reference to the Warriors?
Yeah, he might have been calling you
'Cause
old.
I was only 8 when it happened. I
I
was
can
only
call
8.
you old.
I'm only a year and a half older than you, and I'm like Onk status. Yeah,
I'll call
that's
you
what the
old
kids are saying.
regardless. But we have our next guest, Adam Pike, who does incredible work covering the Memphis Grizzlies, who are about to pick. So, Adam, how are we feeling? Your boys are on the clock, about to make another pick.
We did it. I got the Grizzlies sweat jacket on. We did it.
That
We just
Grizzlies
had to wait,
tracksuit is
but we did it.
that Grizzlies tracksuit is sick.
95.
I love that. I love that logo.
Such a sick logo. But Adam, assuming this pick is going to be Cameron Boozer, how are we feeling? I mean, we're gonna get your live reaction, but I think I know how you're feeling at this point.
Oh, 10 out of 10. I had Boozer number one all year. But and Boozer, perfect Issa little fit too. It's gonna be incredible.
Yeah. So what's your kind of? I think most people, especially on this live, are gonna agree that Boozer is the best guy available. What makes Boozer special to you quickly, and then like what makes him such a good fit to you in the Memphis system?
Okay, so what makes him special also makes him a great fit. It's like everyone wants the point 0.5 players. Isolo wants his point 0.5 players, but there's no one like more decisive with higher feel than Cam Boozer. One of the lines I had was he's like a point 0 player. Like he knows exactly what to do and what he wants to do every time he touches the ball.
A point zero. He
Yeah,
is-
point 0. I know.
Adam Silver heading to the podium, I assume, to make this pick official. Cameron Boozer, Memphis Grizzly. Congrats, Adam.
Let's go.
Congrats
Adam,
to all the Grizzlies fans.
What's
out
up,
there.
Adam?
What's up, Matt?
Cameron Boozer. That is an
So,
A.
question for
plus.
you, as a guy who covers the Grizzlies. What are the guys right now? You're heading into a rebuild, obviously. What are you guys building around? What are your building blocks outside of Cameron Boozer now?
Right now it's basically a blank
Your
slate.
surefire
Like
building blocks.
Edie, I'm gonna say Edie. I'll say I have high hopes for Edie, but he hasn't been healthy very much. And Cedric Coward was really good last year, but I think he's kind of like he's not like the tentpole player that I picture Cam Boozer to be, and he was also injured last year. So Cam Boozer's the tentpole, and I think Edie and Coward right now are uh, the 10th holding it up, I guess. Javon Small, I'm high on.
No Jalen Wells.
Jalen Wells, honestly, I could see him being extended this season. I could also see him being traded this offseason. I really have no idea.
Ooh. Yeah, he had a good year one, but
That's interesting.
I mean, maybe with Coward on the wing, depending on who they draft. But man, I mean, this is awesome. I'm really happy for you. I'm happy for the Grizzlies. I mean, Boozer, like we can see on screen. I mean, he's been my number one player for most of the last like 3 or 4 years. I had a stretch during the season where I had Peterson there, but ultimately, me being a coward and being a little bit scared of Cameron Boozer's, of not Boozer, of Darren Peterson's kind of injury stuff, made me lean the indomitable Cameron Boozer. But Adam, if the folks don't know, you do some of the best hand tracking work in the space, in my opinion, with tagging plays and offensive alignments and actions. So, from that kind of lens, where do you see Cameron Boozer really excelling, and where do you see him maybe needing some work or needing some time to adjust to the league or to whatever Islo and the Grizzlies are going to want to do?
So, like I said, I think his superpower is definitely the decisiveness. Grizzlies, they were like third or fourth in the league in frequency of ball screens last year, and Cam Boozer's like either a second side pick and roll man, or as like the, just some of their actions like Iverson cut on the second side, they'll do lots of pick and roll out of it, and Boozer can either be the roll man or the ball handler out of that. And as the roll man, I think he's like generational, like short role playmaker. So that's what I'm really excited for. The Thomas Islo talks about like three different types of bigs: playmaking, shooting, and then like traditional. And there's no playmaking bigs on the team right now. There's very few in the NBA. Got Jokic, um, Marcus Gasol in the past. Steven Adams does a little bit. I'm sure I'm forgetting people, but Cam Boozer's cognition level and also like paired with the scoring usage he can have, that's very exciting to me.
We've got some huge news as well. Cam Boozer A+ on the Zodiac scale. I think that is a good. Are you familiar with the Zodiac guy?
Unfortunately.
Well, the Zodiac guy, and the Bulls are about to pick, and we have our next guest joining the live. It is Ricky O'Donnell, friend of the show, covers the Bulls and the NBA and the draft and college basketball at large for SB Nation. Ricky, how we doing? The Bulls pick is in.
What's up, Ben? I think the Bulls are making the easiest pick of the draft. Not a lot of suspense on this one. I never thought there was a fifth player in this class who challenged Caleb Wilson to be this pick. Sort of a no-brainer in my opinion. He's got some holes in his game, not a great shooter. He's pretty underweight for a modern power forward, but I think you got to take him and hope for the best. He's so talented, statistically dominant at a young age, best highlight reel in the class, super explosive, so yeah, I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's a good time to be
Ricky,
a Bulls
what's up,
fan.
man?
What up, Matt?
It is a great time to be a Bulls fan, assuming I mean, it's been a great time to be a Bulls fan pretty much since the lottery happened, right? I mean, we know what kind of caliber this draft is. I'm curious to hear what you think of the first three picks, Ricky. Did they go as you expected? I know you also dabble in lots of mock draft content. So I'm curious is this kind of how you expected? It seems like this is kind of the chalk order here.
Yeah, I would say it's went chalk. I did do a couple mock drafts, maybe a week or two ago that had Peterson going number one. But in the last few, I had switched back to Debonsa. It just seemed like the tea leaves were pointing that way. So this is the way I expected it to go. Just my personal evaluation, if I was the Wizards, I would have taken Boozer. But I think Debonsa's still, going to be a really good player in the NBA. Should be a takeover scorer. I wonder how much he's going to impact the game outside of scoring, but honestly, his tools are so good. He's so athletic that he has no excuse to be like sort of an inattentive and ineffective defender. So maybe he will be able to turn it around at the NBA level on that side of the ball. So yeah, I think this went chalk. And, I also did an article on my favorite fits in this draft class. And I put Peterson to the Jazz on that list. I think he's a great fit next to Keontae George. I think his defense could be really nasty if they sort of take some of the usage off his plate early in his career. And I was just really impressed with his 3-point shooting volume, too, after he didn't have his burst at Kansas. Kind of thought that would be a question mark coming into the season, but he was whipping around screens, ripping threes. So just really impressed with how Peterson sort of remade his game when he didn't have his peak physical form. It's a loaded draft, man. Super fun class. It's been a joy to cover.
And as you were saying that, Caleb Wilson officially walking across the stage, a Chicago Bull. Ricky, what's the feeling like? Not like this is so shocking, but as a Bulls guy, how are we feeling? Caleb Wilson, officially a Chicago Bull, something we've been predicting for quite some time.
Yeah, I think you got to feel great. I think he should be the highest upside player on the team from day one. I'm interested to see how they're going to use him because, to me, he's a little bit harder to build around than the other three guys who went above him. I kind of think you got to put him in the middle of the floor, see if he could cook some guys one-on-one, maybe let him lean into his post game a little bit, his mid-range scoring a little bit. But I think that's worth it, even if those aren't good looks early in his career. I think they can become good looks long-term because sort of the mid-range is the domain of the stars. And I think that what sort of separates him from other players in his archetype, these athletic freaks who just slam the hell out of the ball at every opportunity, is he's a really good passer and decision maker. Like, you can actually run offense through him and expect him to, make the right decision. So I think Caleb Wilson's sick. This is great. And I want to see some weird lineups with Caleb Wilson at the 4, Noah Essenge at the 3, who I liked last year, even though all the Bulls fans think I'm so negative about everything. I did like Essenge last year. And Modest at the 2. It'd be weird, but, why not?
Someone in the chat asked, well, first, do you believe in the new Bulls? Kaio, I need the Zodiac grade for Wilson as well. And also, do you think Matas can play the 3, Ricky, at a competent level, or anybody else here?
I do. Yeah, I think Bizelis, he took 10 threes per 100 possessions. This past season, he made them at 35 or 36%. So I feel like that's good enough shooting volume. And then, yeah, I think defensively, his best attribute is his shot blocking. So it's sort of nice to have him closer to the rim playing the 4, but also he doesn't have any weight on him. And that's one thing that's sort of funny about this Bulls team, especially after the Nick Claxton trade yesterday. The Bulls got a full team of string beans, dude. They're all the exact same body type. None of them have any mass, and I think that's going to be weird and goofy, but the Bulls are in talent accumulation mode. They can't worry about fit. They just need to get some talent in the door and figure it out later.
Yeah, I agree.
Rick, I got a question for you. So my thing with Caleb Wilson, right? It seems to me, from what I understand, obviously I'm not as well educated as you guys, but it seems a lot like that Asar Thompson, Amen Thompson mold, and these are great role players and everything, but it can be tricky from a team building perspective to find a center who fits those guys, right? Why do you feel so good about them taking a Caleb Wilson over some of these guards that are coming up who might have potential to be offensive number ones on a high level team?
Yeah, I think the guards had some questions too, but hey, that's fair, Matt. I'm not going to discount that. I do think you would hope Caleb's able to shoot it because he plays basically a center, but he's 212 pounds. So is that really going to work in the NBA? He's also not much of a slasher. So I do think he's got some holes in his game, but I wrote a big feature on him at SB Nation. I talked to his high school coach, his North Carolina coaches, his trainer, and I just became convinced he has the right mentality to, improve his weaknesses. So certainly not a finished product right now. Definitely a unique player. I've been struggling for a comp for him. And I just don't like any of the ones I hear. I actually compare him to Skinny Zion because he just likes to dunk the shit out of the ball at every opportunity. And he's a pretty good playmaker, and he can't space the floor. And he kind of walks around on defense, but then makes awesome plays.
Skinny Zion is an interesting one.
Ricky, or some of the other guys like Amari or Sean Kemp or Kenyon Martin, they couldn't pass like him. So yeah, I think he's an interesting player. Hey, he's got some bust potential, more so than the other 3 guys, I think. But I also think they had to take him. I don't think you could have taken Keaton Wagler here and felt good about it, or Darius Acuff. So,
speaking of, the Clippers are on the clock, and the smoke has been Keaton Wagler going to this, the smoke has been Keaton Wagler to the Clippers, and if that ends up happening, I think I'll generally be okay with that. I assume it's going to be Keaton Wagler based on all of the smoke lately. Anyone have a different take or think it's going to be someone else, I guess?
I put
I already saw
Wagler.
the pick, so no comment. Jake Fisher, come on.
Is Jake Fisher tipping him?
I keep refreshing the timeline by accident, and I keep seeing.
Yeah, it's really a force of habit at this point that you got to be careful about.
Hey, you know what? As someone who's doing live draft grades tonight, I appreciate
Ben, can
it.
you really quickly,
What's up? Sorry.
Ben, really quickly, can you share with the audience what you think that if you were the one selecting right now, who you'd be taking at number 5?
I'd probably take my guy Kingston or Michael Brown, honestly. But I can't hate Keaton Wagler, honestly. Sorry, Ricky, what were you saying?
Oh no, I was just saying that I appreciate the tipping because I'm doing live grades tonight. So
I assume this is going to be Keaton. I was going to say, we keep saying the draft begins at 4. Does the draft begin at 5? And the pick is indeed Keaton Wagler on the LA Clippers, who I think. Ricky, what are you going to give this? We're both doing grades. Mine are less serious. I'm thinking like a B+. Like, I understand I'm a little low on Wagler, but I still have him in this general range. And I do think he strikes a nice balance of kind of like a guy who can obviously contribute right now. I think has some, definitely some issues with his strength, physicality, but should be able to play with, Wagler, or not with Wagler, with Garland and Kawhi as well. But yeah, I think I'm generally cool with this one.
yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see what he looks like when he's not in 5-out spacing, because Illinois just had a couple 7-foot centers who could rip threes. And I think that's like the ideal situation for a guard. And even with that, he still didn't dunk the ball once. So I worry maybe he's a little bit below the threshold you need of NBA athleticism. With that being said, though, he was just super awesome and super productive, right away as a true freshman. So I think he's going to have to shoot it at a high level to be really good. But he did that this past season, and I don't know why you would doubt his ability to continue to do that in the NBA. It's funny. I was at the Illinois-Alabama game at the United Center in November, and this was right when he started to get some hype. He was playing off the ball in that game. He didn't really do too much, and I was talking to a scout at the game, and we were like, oh, he reminds us of Cam Christie a little bit.
Ooh,
then they move him to point
pull.
He just completely crushes and becomes one of the best players in the country. So people talk about him as having a lot of off-ball utility. I'm interested to see how much that will really be the case in the NBA. Like, is he going to be best in an on-ball decision-making point guard role? Or, will he be good at the 2 playing next to Garland? We'll see.
You said he needed 5-out spacing. Isn't Brook Lopez their starting center going into the year?
I was just thinking that. Adam.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely true, right? Like, the
That was a
5-out
joke, by the
spacing
way.
that hopefully Lopez will bring. But in that vein, I'd also like to see Keaton with a lob threat big as well. Like, that's something that he just didn't really have at Illinois between the Issa and Murkovic. And I think will be a huge add for him. I mean, he's very skinny. He's going to need to add a lot of strength, but man, that Purdue game, and I think the 5-out spacing does help. And I feel like this Nets pick is the first one where I really don't feel like I have a good pulse on what exactly is happening.
It's going to be Mikal, right? I'd be surprised.
According to Darius Akeff's high school coach, I just talked to him today. Says it might be Brooklyn.
I think Michael makes a lot of sense. Like we kind of talked about earlier, it is just a pretty impressive. it's a pretty impressive thing that he can do with just like his live dribble creation and his ability to score off the dribble. And they just need someone with his kind of juice, I think. So yeah, I mean, I think Michael's also a pretty polarizing player. Honestly, I feel like he's someone who like has a lot of fans in the draft space, myself, but also a lot of like people who are kind of worried about some of the limitations with his decision making and his frame and all of this stuff, all of that stuff. So, Adam, Ricky, any of you have serious concerns about Michael Brown as high as 6th overall for a team like the Nets?
Apart from the back, I would say getting to the
Yeah.
rim a little bit. Obviously, his 3-point rate is like comical. Um, so I am a little worried about the rim frequency. The other part I would say is I don't know if he's ever going to play defense, but the offense might make up for it. There's a few guards in the class like that, obviously.
Yeah. I felt okay-ish about his defense as the year went on. Like later in the year, I think he had some nice games, but it is just tough. Like you said, the back injury kind of shortened his season. He didn't get a full year. Definitely a little bit of weirdness in there as well. But ultimately, like, he is such a talent. But I think, honestly, anybody but Nate Ament among, like, the projected players, I'd probably be cool with for Brooklyn.
How do you guys view Mikal
Why is
Brown?
everybody making fun of Nate Ament? Can somebody explain that?
Nate Ament, he's just, you know, he is a, you know, are you interested in drafting, like, a guy whose ceiling comp is like Jabari Smith, Tobias Harris-ish at 6th in a good draft, Matt?
Tobias is a good hang.
It's just
I don't
also
know,
like
why
it's so
not?
much RSCI anchoring. Like
Yeah.
he didn't have the production this year at all.
Yeah, so like if you're the stat-based kind of people,
What's RS?
recruiting service consensus index, just like high school.
Sorry,
rank.
I'm okay. Okay.
You're good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
just coming
Sorry,
into the
guys.
season, he was ranked
This is
4th in the class.
I'm like
I
the
think.
casual fan right now.
Yeah. Keaton Wagler B+ on the Zodiac scale. I like that one. Pick is in for the Brooklyn Nets. Commissioner is on my TV screen. There we go. Michael Brown Jr. goes to Brooklyn. I really like it. At Let's Go Purple and Gold says, Matt, you are the most important person on the stream right now. So someone's looking out for you.
Oh my god.
But yeah, Michael, I mean, I think
That's terrible.
again, hate to keep doing the positive gimmick, but I have him 6th overall. I am going to give him an A grade. I think the Nets need a player like him with this kind of ceiling. And while there are like real worries with Michael Brown Jr., I think that's undeniable. You just don't find guys with this level of like live dribble advantage creation outside of the top 5 in most drafts. Like it's just not something you really see. But I think Michael, someone said, Grant says, for Nets fans, what are you most excited for us, and what would be Jordy's team need to develop? What would Jordy's team? What would the team need to develop for Michael to be a consistent all-star level player? Ben is cooking Harvard level grade inflation. Hey, what can I say? I'm a positive guy. I promise you we'll have some bad grades tonight. I promise. I promise they won't all be good.
Does Harvard really inflate grades? I'm learning so much today.
I have no idea. I feel like I've
Business
heard like
school inflates grades a lot. I think the average is like a B+ or something like that. That's one of the jokes.
So what did MSU law school? You were like technically like unable to fail because the curve is like what it was like. So the worst student at MSU law school, right? Because everything's graded on curve in law school. The worst student would get like the last grade you needed to pass. So I don't know. I feel like it's pretty common. They want to keep their guys. You know, they want to get their people through the corporate ladder, corporate ring, whatever you want to call it. They want people to succeed, man. So once you get past that barrier to entry, success is imminent.
Hey,
Yeah,
how
I
do
got
you
a
guys feel
question for
about?
Ricky before I go. So Grizzlies went 3-4, and they're also 15-16. So based on Caleb Wilson, who do you want at 15?
Yeah, we're
Or did you
shopping.
change your mind at all?
Yeah, we're shopping from the same part of the prospect store this year, Adam. I don't know who I want at 15. I would like any of the Michigan men. I think Merez Johnson to be perfect, but I don't know if he's going to make it. I like Mara. I got Mara as a top 10 prospect, so I'd be into
Same.
that. The Bulls definitely need a center. I think Yaxel would be cool, even though he's a month older than Josh Giddey, which is my favorite little tidbit in this draft. But probably too good to pass on. I got Yaxel 5th. What do I know? I'm just
I'm
a
high
guy.
on Yaxel too. I mean, I got him. I
I
have him
got
11, but in a tier that so I don't know why this is not.
So yeah, I like a Corey too. I don't know.
Oof.
I'm open to anything. What do you think about a Corey at 15? Too rich, Ben?
I have him higher than that, so I'm not gonna complain. Adam, before you hop off again, first, thank you for coming on and tell the people where they can find you and if you want to plug anything. And two, who are you hoping the Grizzlies take at 16?
Thanks for having me, Ben. First I'll do Grizzlies 16. I'd really like Alan Graves if he could pair with slot in between Coward and Boozer long term. I feel like one thing they're missing is kind of the stock creation, and he has best in class maybe
Yep.
positionally. You can find me at Grizzlies Film on Twitter. Thank you for having me, Ben.
Of course. Thank you so much, Adam, for popping on. Friend of the show. I'm sure I will ask you to be on here next year. So thanks so much for hanging out with us.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question to Matt and Ben here? How would you
No.
evaluate Mikkel Brown versus Jeremiah Fears?
That's a good question.
Who would you
I
rather
think
have?
I slightly prefer
Well, Mikel
Mike.
Brown can shoot.
Fears was a good shooting prospect, but I don't think he's the level of Michael Brown by any means. I think Fears is probably a bit sturdier strength wise, had a little bit more like craft in the intermediate. They're very similar though. I think I'd probably lean Michael because of the little bit of added size and the playmaking bump. But Ricky, I'm curious to hear what you think.
Yeah, it's a tough call for me. That's why I wanted to know your guys' opinion on it. I sort of view them as in the same
Well,
caliber of
so
prospect. So
What's
Go
up,
ahead.
So
Matt?
my thing with Fears, I haven't watched enough of Brown yet to make a firm decision on it. But my thing with Fears is he's too much reliant on being faster than everybody. And one thing I always try to talk to young people about is being able to play off two and stay in front of the rim is so important for so many different reasons today. And being
Darius
able to give
Acuff
those
Jr. is
bombs,
a
right? I think
king,
of
by
Denny
the way,
Avdia, and
which I didn't really feel like we needed to intro because that's been chalk for a month. We'll talk about that in a sec. Matt, keep going.
yeah, so I feel like there's a couple advantages to it, right? With playing off two, but like being able to take those bumps, absorb those bumps, it keeps you in front of the rim. And I don't think this gets talked enough about enough, but when you stay in front of the rim when you take your shot up, right? You have the chance of getting an offensive rebound. You have the chance of tagging up on your man and keeping them in front of you, right? And so not giving up those transitional layups. Whereas like a guy like Fears, who's like his number one pitch is right, I'm gonna blow by you with my speed, my downhill burst. You end up sometimes going, into the stanchion, right, falling out of bounds. And if you miss that layup, right, you got to get back in transition and your team's at an odd man break. I know it sounds like a very small thing, but when you're talking about these guard prospects and, trying to differentiate, like, can he be an offensive number one on a championship team? Can he be an offensive number two on a championship team? Is he even capable of being a high usage offensive player on a championship team? Like something like that really matters. And it seems like from Brown's frame, he has more of the ability to be that type of player. So I guess I would say I'm a little higher on him, especially from just like the way Ben sings his praises.
Yeah.
But I love
I will
Fears.
say
I'm a big Fears
Michael
guy.
I will say Michael is pretty out of control at the moment, but he can improve it. But Darius Acuff is a king, kind of as we've been forecasting. This is one of the clearest picks in the draft, and I'm gonna give this one a B. My first grade below a B plus. I like Darius Acuff. This is the range where I would draft him generally, but I am worried about this Kings defensive foundation. I can't lie. I am a little spooked about, especially. I'm not crazy about Maxime Reynaud, but Yeah, I think Acuff, like he is a good he's obviously an incredible like load-bearing offensive creator, but I don't know what to think of him in the Kings. I mean, the Kings are very much a blank slate. So, Ricky, what's your pulse on this one?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest.
Before you answer that, Ricky,
Yeah, what's up?
I want to compound one question on there, but as you answer that, Ricky, is it truly a blank slate, or do you like any of the trio of rookies from last season on Kings enough to consider them as part of this rebuild?
You know, I'm a Dylan Cardwell guy. You gotta be.
I like
And
Dylan Cardwell too.
he's probably a better center though. Like he was a nice value play for them at that point. But yeah, I mean the Kings are probably the worst team in the league to me. Like they don't have much to pin their hopes on. So I do think that Acuff is kind of at his best when I liked how Ben said a load-bearing offensive player, when he can soak up a lot of upside, when he can really be the guy at the controls, when he can play Acuff ball. I actually think he's a sick floor general. Even though I'm kind of an Acuff hater, I think I had him 11th or 12th on my board, which is probably lower than consensus, but he really knows how to run a team, I think. I'm a little worried that he's going to be the worst defensive player in the league, and I'm a little worried that he shot 30% from three at the high school sample and then 44% in college. So, like, is he really going to be a 44% three-point shooter? I sort of think he needs it to fulfill his high-end outcomes. But,
sure.
yeah, I mean, the guy just delivered in every big moment. So it's kind of hard to hate on him. Like, he was awesome his freshman year. I've been watching Calipari guards tear it up my whole life, and he was arguably better than all of them as a freshman at Arkansas. So mad props to Darius Acuff. He's a gamer. He's a super cool player. I'm excited to see what he can do. The Kings need some hope, man. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's gonna like again, as some have said, he will put butts in seats. That I'm sure about. Like he is going to be fun to watch. And Atlanta on the clock. This is, I guess, you know, you were correctly confident about Michael. Ricky, what's your pulse here? I think I did Mara in one of my mocks. I did Flemings in another one. I could see this being a ton of different things, especially considering Auntie Salah has like repeatedly talked about his prioritization of BPA. But of course, we have no idea who they view that as.
Yeah, I think it's either got to be Mara or Flemings, and I think you probably go Flemings. Like you got CJ on a 1-year deal. He can be a good mentor to Flemings. And I just love Fleming's mentality. I watched his interview with you, Ben, and I determined that he was the nicest boy in this draft class. He just seemed like a really kind person, and that factors into my evaluation too. I think he's going to be a good leader. I think he's going to be someone that people like to play with, and he plays bigger than his size. I really feel like his draft stock was hurt by having his sister at the combine, and she's like bigger than him, and she's interviewing all the players.
It's like the Bryce Young, Mina Kimes thing. Did you remember that?
She's a sick player too. I think she's going to Duke next year.
Yeah, Bella Flemings, right?
Yeah, Bella Fleming. She's a sick player, so maybe she'll be a WNBA pick one day. But yeah, I just like Kingston a lot. I saw our boy Matt Powers at number 2 on his board. That was a good take.
Searing hot take, but I love it. I mean, I love Kingston. I'm here for all the crazy Kingston takes. I mean, if Kingston does end up being the pick, I generally am a fan. Like I think he makes sense with like the Hawks' emphasis of guys who can get steals and help them win the possession battle and do these little things, but badly needed creation juice. His blend of like processing, and again, still have to wait for this pick to officially come through, but it seems like a good chance that happens. Though I do think Mara would be a pretty nice option as well. One of my things that I've been saying on podcasts lately, whenever we talk Hawks, is like the guard options at 23, assuming Atlanta picks there, are better than the center options now, in terms of like how many there are, right? Like you're probably taking maybe Vasar, Terrace Reed if you're in that range, but maybe you can wait for an Anderson or a Sturtz or a Corey or whatever it ends up being. And we have our next guest joining in time for the Atlanta Hawks pick, CT Fazio, friend of the show. He does great work covering the Denver Nuggets alongside the NBA draft at large. And again, I believe another repeat guest on this here Draft Live. So CT, how's it going?
Hey Ben, doing well. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing well. happy to be here.
What's up, CT?
Hey, Matt. Hey, Ricky.
CT, what are you thinking for the Hawks right now at 8?
I think they could maybe be a Mara spot. It might be a little early, but I can see them going Mara to pair with maybe Jalen.
That's who we were talking about. Mara and Kingston Flemings as players who we think are likely. Mara would be really interesting, and Commissioner Silver is at the podium. Let's see what it ends up being.
I think I'm a little ahead of you guys.
You are a little ahead of me. That's fine. It is.
I'm a little ahead of Ben too.
It is.
I didn't want to admit it.
You can spoil it. I don't really. Y'all can spoil it. I don't really care. It is Kingston Flemings. Ugh. I'm so happy. That's so awesome. I'm so stoked. Kingston, I have him 5th overall. I think this is an excellent value and an excellent fit. So I have no other grade to give this but an A. I think Kingston has some real issues, but to me, so many of his concerns are fixable. Like, I think his shot diet can be explained a lot by just like the terrible spacing and the low pace at Houston. I think his finishing, I tend to believe in that part of his game's ability to improve just because of like how good of an athlete he is, how coordinated he is, and just how much footwork growth I think he has. Like, he's talked about to me and others about just like not even understanding or not fully comprehending like the extent to which he can like explode and move out of breaks and attack the basket. And I think you see a lot of young players like this. Like, I think Ja was very much like this. I think Donovan Mitchell was very much like this. They're obviously different players, but Anthony Edwards to an extent, obviously bigger, but I'm just so in on Fleming's being able to fix a lot of his major weaknesses. This draft has been pretty chalk though so far, which is kind of interesting. I feel like.
So Ben, can you explain why you like Kingston Flemings more than like a Keaton Wagler or Michael Brown? Like, just why you like him more than all the other kind of guards in this range?
Yeah, I will say I do have them all in this same general range and in the same general tier, but the things that I value are, downhill advantage creation, processing. Those are two of the kind of superpowers that Kingston has. And I think his defensive ceiling is just that much higher than Michael's or, Wagler's. I think like people really underrate players at this age who are like legitimately impactful, good instinctual defenders. Like the kind of off-ball awareness and playmaking that Flemings has already exhibited, some players never develop. So I think that's kind of a huge thing for him. The Dallas Mavericks are on the clock. What do we think about the Dusty May hire? Ricky, you're like I feel like you cover college basketball as a whole at the most in-depth level of anyone here. So what are your thoughts on the Dusty May hire and anybody else, of course, as well?
Whoa, I just got the pick. I just saw the leak, so I won't tell you who it is. But I thought the Dusty May hire was super interesting and cool. I think he's got the right temperament to make the jump from college to the NBA. Like, that was the main thing that struck me following Michigan throughout March Madness, is like, he's sort of the antithesis of like the screamy, hot-headed college coach. Instead, the dude built an absolute juggernaut by getting everyone to buy into their roles, even though he recruited 3 de facto centers to sort of all be there together. And, he made it work. So I think Dusty's going to be really good. Hard to pass up the chance to coach Cooper Flagg. And, man, college
100%.
basketball is such a shit show. I would make the leap to the NBA, too, even though, the season's longer and there's probably some disadvantages to coaching pros as well compared to college kids. But I really like this move for Dusty. I think that it's a really high upside hire. And, hey, man, he's got Coop, so I think he's going to be in a good spot to succeed.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm on the exact opposite boat, respectfully, Ricky. My big thing and everything I've learned about Dusty May is that, I see a lot of these, for example, these coaching Instagram, Twitter accounts. They talk a lot about, and I watched him a lot being a Michigan State fan, but how much he's kind of
so you're biased against
maximized Michigan's shot diet and whatnot. And I just feel like there's not that kind of strategic advantage at the NBA level where, everybody knows, in college, there's so many teams, and this it perplexes me all the time, just that, don't have, a good sense of, what's a good shot diet. Part of that's personnel, right? But, in the NBA, it's so like everybody's maximizing everything. It's the most efficient X's and O's in the league. So I don't know. I'm kind of hesitant in his ability to succeed at the next level, but that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think even beyond the X's and O's, like his ability to like adapt and be flexible, and he's had like so many different kinds of players and has like adapted his system to his players at different places. So I think for me, it's less than like one specific thing he does, but his ability to do a lot of different things. I am curious. I mean, I know you saw the pick, Ricky, and based on your reaction, I assume it's going to be somewhat interesting. Honestly, that could be a lot of guys. Like, it's probably not going to be Braden Burries, I would imagine. I don't think Braden Burries earned that kind of reaction.
I predict Merez. They go a bit guy.
Mara or Yaxel. All right. Silver coming up to the podium.
Wow.
Whoa! It is Merez Johnson.
It was.
Wow. Merez Johnson Jr. is a Dallas Maverick. That is crazy. Another guy who has just had a meteoric rise. My gut grade is thinking like a B, B minus. I understand this pick, and like I like Merez a lot. I have him 20th on my board, but he is in the same tier going up to around 15. So a slight reach for me, but I mean Merez is an unbelievable athlete with some of the class's best defensive versatility. Like his ability to not only switch, but like credibly survive and drop. He's been a drop big longer than he's been a perimeter big going back to his time at Illinois. I think it's similar to the Dusty thing. Like I am very much happy about, I'm very much happy with his with how Merez adapted this season. Like he totally changed up his game. He added things to his skill set while kind of maintaining the level of defensive impact that he had for quite some time. So like, I don't know. It's a little rich for me, but I certainly understand it. The Mavs are a pretty barren team when it comes to. Are there any other rookie contract frontcourt players on that team besides Cooper and Lively?
No, I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
No.
Gafford, PJ Washington.
Like Musa Cisse played for them last year. I don't know. I don't know how much that matters, you know?
Lively and Merez as
So
a
do you guys see
combination
him
defensively
slotting
would
in
be
as-
interesting.
You see
Sorry,
him
Matt.
slotting in perfectly right between Flag and Lively. Like, is that a seamless fit to you guys, or?
I think it's a pretty good fit. I don't know about, Merez not being a certain shooter by any means.
Right.
And Lively definitely not being a shooter. But I love how those three are all phenomenal passers for their position. Obviously, Flag especially. But, like, part of Michigan's special sauce, I think me and you, Ricky, might have talked about this at some point. Or I definitely talked about this with someone who was like, how good all three of those guys, Mara, Yaxel, Merez, are as playmakers, beyond just their imposing size and defense. And while, Derek Lively is no Daimara, obviously, he is a very capable passer. I think he's good on the short roll, can make quick connective reads. Milwaukee on the board at 10 could go a lot of different ways here. Is this going to be the prophesized Nate Ament pick?
I
I think it might be.
Yeah, I predict yes. I don't love it, but I also feel like Tennessee didn't do Nate Ament any favors by having him lead the team in usage. Like, to me, maybe he could be more interesting if he actually took some pride in his defense. It was more of a fourth option on offense who just sort of like spaced the floor, could attack some closeouts. Of course, Ben, I probably wrote this about Cam Reddish back in 2018 as well.
Oh boy.
Sometimes these guys don't always buy into their roles, and I'll admit, I went to USA Junior minicamp in 2017 and saw a young Cam Reddish and said, this is going to be my preseason #1 guy on my board. And I quickly had to move off that take because he stunk. It was just obvious that he wasn't very good. And then he never bought into the role maybe he could have been good at, like a Harrison Barnes type, I guess, at the NBA level. I wonder if Ament has the right mentality to actually either level up as a potential star or to just like buy into being a good role player. Because I still think could there be some Jaden McDaniels upside here? Is that crazy to think?
I just don't see him as close to that level of
Defense.
athlete.
Yeah.
Is
Point
the
of attack.
issue. I just think like Jaden was not good. I think Jaden is like a good one because he like played in a weird system, wasn't super impactful in college. Even like early on in his career, it took him a second to become the player he is. But like
Yeah.
I feel like maybe I'm just kind of misremembering, but I do feel like Jaden's movement skills are maybe a little bit of a different level. But I think Ament, one of the most interesting storylines to me was like his frame and his weight because he got way noticeably more muscular going into Tennessee, and I think that clearly helped in some ways. Like his free throw rate was excellent after not being a huge strength throughout his high school career, but I think that limited his speed with the ball, his ability to change directions and move around in open space. So I am curious to see, and like Tennessee is as NBA weight room as college teams get, right? So like I'm curious to see what the plan for him looks like body-wise, whether we want to keep on growing in. And another important one, Morris Johnson and Kingston Flemings, both A-minuses on the Zodiac board. We've been tracking that in the chat.
I just saw the Bucks pick, and it is pretty weird to me. I will say that just because of what I know about this player and where the Bucks are headed.
All right, well, we'll see. We will see who the Bucks pick in just a second.
Who would you go with here, Ben?
I would probably take Mara, honestly, or like Phylon maybe. I think Phylon and Ryan, but like they traded for Yaku Jonas and they have Khalil Ware. This is weird. Like Dalen Swain, I'd like, but this is too high for him if we're game theorying it. Maybe I don't know, honestly. Maybe just Mara and like go for the too big thing with Khalil because he is a credible, hopefully a credible spacer. I don't know. I think there are a lot of different ways. I'm not exactly sure how this is going to go. Ricky, who would you go with?
CT, I want to ask him because I feel like we both saw the pick, but I think I'd go Yaxel. And I know you could say, oh, they're so far away from being good, but like they need a player just like that. I think Ryan Rollins and Kevin Porter are already pretty good. They also got Hero in the mix now. So
Right.
No, I'd just take a good player. I feel like Yaxel, yeah, he's an old man, but
Yeah, I would take Yaxel here. I have him at 6th on my board. I think you can plug and play, but might have a sneaky kind of upside as well, even though he's older. But
Maybe
can fit in immediately too. So
because like they have two skinny centers now. Anyways, this is one that I do want to watch. The commissioner. Actually, I don't like.
I would go Mara here though. I think as well. I think I agree with Ben.
They look so nervous in the Bucks front office on TV. That's not a good sign.
Compared to the Nets, where they're all
where are the
happy.
Where are the high fives? And even if you're not happy, like I need the high fives and the handshakes. I need you to pretend like you really liked the pick.
Interesting pick.
It's Braden Burry's,
Oh,
Ben.
wow.
You said I could spoil it for you.
Braden I just saw it. Don't worry about it. It's not my favorite, personally.
Isn't he supposed to be like a win now kind of role player, like kind of guy? Because he's kind of like a Swiss Army knife.
He would have made sense for the Mavericks.
Yeah,
that is generally how I view Braden Burry's. Yes.
I thought the Warriors would. I mean, that's why the Warriors are now fielding offers for the 11th pick. But I figured he would have been a nice fit with the Warriors.
B-, C+. I have Burry's at 17th on my board, so not a huge reach. Maybe I'll go with B. I don't know. I mean, like, I guess he fits in with the players.
Man, you say
he fits.
Field, man.
He fits in with the players who like they just traded for. Like I think he is a good Tyler Hero complement, no doubt. I think he would work with Khalil Ware, but like, is that worth kind of accommodating? It could be worse, I suppose. I don't know. That's an interesting one. I think
What's the difference between Braden Burry's and like what Ryan Rollins has already proven he is?
I think Burry's is more of an off-ball guy.
Yeah, Rollins is a much more dynamic on-ball creator.
Mm-hmm.
Rollins had a great year this year.
Rollins is awesome.
Rollins is so awesome.
So Ben, here's another fun factoid. So the place where I played, the Cast Tech coach who coached Darius Acuff, Ryan Rollins has a camp there every year. He's a Michigan
Ryan Rollins is super goated, so I do love that.
Yeah, he's so sick. His movement patterns are so awesome.
I think Rollins is like a legit building block. I do genuinely
Yes.
agree with that. Yeah, I think he's actually like, and I guess we can kind of talk about the Giannis trade. Like, Ricky, hello.
Can I peace out? I gotta go. Is
Oh,
that
of
cool?
course, Ricky. Thank you so much for hopping
See you,
on.
Ricky.
Anything you'd like to plug before
See
you
you,
head
Rick.
out?
Rico.
I wrote a big Caleb Wilson feature. Check that out on SB Nation. I got a top 100 board. I got live grades I'm doing tonight. But that's about it. Thanks for having me on, bud. You're the best. Catch you later, Matt and CT.
Awesome.
See you,
Thank
Ricky.
you
See you,
so
Ricky.
much, Ricky, for your time. You're the best. Head out. Make sure to check out his piece and
Come on, man. Ricky writes at SB Nation. That thing plugs itself. He's always getting eyes. You know that.
He wrote a great Wilson piece.
He's an
Yeah,
amazing
yeah.
writer. He's so talented.
Yeah, Ricky's awesome. Very, very fortunate that he donates some of his time to us this year. But Warriors supposedly fielding offers for this trade. I just saw a tweet that said that.
I think if Axel doesn't go here, I think he has potential to slide pretty far down the board.
No, I think the Thunder would take him, wouldn't they? That
Oh,
seems
yeah,
like such a Thunder pick.
That's true. That's true.
Potentially, he is an op. This is something I've talked about a decent bit, but Sam Presti has never taken anybody older than 21 in the lottery. Jalen Williams is the oldest lottery pick he's ever made. So maybe, and I think I am a person who values age in my rankings, and Yaxel is certainly a tendency breaker for me. So I wonder if it's the case for the Thunder or Sam Presti that they'd kind of go out of their way to take a player in Yaxel who's like definitely doesn't always fit what you want, but in terms of like that, the age side of it, but like the impact, the physical tools is like everything you want to me.
I just feel like he slots in so well with a team
Oh, I
that's
agree.
really trying to win it now. He gives them another big body that you could play alongside Chet in some different lineups. Gives you a little bit of Isaiah Hartenstein insurance, I feel like, right? Where you can move Chet to the 5 and put actually, I mean, they should take Mara then, now I think about it. If we want Chet, if we want Hartenstein
what do we think about
insurance.
Mara?
Because then he
CT,
can get off of Hartenstein's
That-
money and not worry about that.
it's so because like Sorber is still there, who I like,
Mhm.
but who knows how they feel about him behind the scenes. Like it's been a long time, of course. Man,
Yeah, I think with Mara there, it's interesting because you have Hardenstein and Chet who can both play the 5. Then you have Mara as well, where he's basically only kind of slotted more into a backup role in that aspect. But he could play alongside Chet, in some lineups. But you see with the Axel, like he can play kind of the 3-4-5, so you have a bit more positional flexibility there.
for sure, I'd like it. Wanted to quickly take a look
Question.
at the. Oh, sorry, Matt.
Question for you guys. Is there anybody the Warriors could take right now? Okay, say you get a guarantee that Butler, Dre, and Steph are healthy for the stretch run. Brandon Pajemski takes another mini leap, right? They're looking good. Vibes are good. Is there anyone they could take right now that would make you feel like, hey, the Warriors still have like a puncher's chance of making a deep run this postseason?
Probably Yaxel, right?
Okay.
Yeah, Axel, maybe Swain.
Honestly, maybe Mara too, because like that's such
Yeah.
a different dimension as well. Like him as a playmaking hub in that Warriors system, like there's so much you can do. I wanted to take a look at my horizontal board, which I have loaded here and I've been updating in the background. And every one of my top 2 tiers off the board, but still a lot of really high level players on the board for me. And it's kind of like one of every archetype left almost in like my top available tier. So still a deep draft. Again, deep draft. Not a ton of like true wings. A lot of these like wings are kind of forwardy types, right? Like Yaxel, Graves, Ament. But curious to see where Golden State goes, because like you said, it could be Mara, could be Yaxel Lendeberg, and I'd be pretty happy with either of these Michigan players. I wonder if they'd consider a guard here.
The pick's
Yeah.
in.
The camera's
Just
on
saying.
Axel the whole time, so I don't know if he's going to be the pick.
Yaxel's suit is also fantastic.
I mean, he's got. My girlfriend is obsessed with Yaxel. She thinks he's so handsome. I mean, it should be worrisome because he's actually like, since he's so much older than the other guys, like he realistically could be an option for her. But
Matt,
I mean,
you're
if I
a
lose out
sharp.
to that guy, I think I'm okay.
You're a sharp-looking guy yourself. You're probably not going to have the level of income that Yaxel's on, but you know.
Hey, man, if this pot works out, you never know. About it.
Yeah, we'll be making. But yeah, I mean, his fit is awesome. the white suit with the brown tie and the little like gold thing on his chest that I'm not close enough to my TV to make out exactly what it is. It's a good look. I think there's real aura. I mean, this just feels like an obvious pick for the Warriors to me. Like it.
You know, Yaxel liked one of my tweets like a couple weeks ago.
That's awesome. Shout out to you and shout out to Yaxel.
It was about good coaching. So that just shows the kind of guy he is.
Real coachable player, hopefully. I mean, I think he had a great quote earlier in the year about like it was something along the lines of like like I'm going to be playing with Shea types, so I need to understand what I need to do to, best
Right.
fit in with those guys to succeed at the NBA level, right? That was the gist of the quote. But yeah, I think it's going to be, I don't know. I mean, I think Yaxel, the fact that we already have proof of him adapting his game. Like he is such a different player this last year at Michigan than he was his 2 years at UAB that I'm not so concerned about him potentially adapting in the future.
Yeah, Yaxel's fellow
Mickey's up.
Jersey guy as well.
Pick is in. Yaxel Lendeberg, Golden
Since
State
you're from
Warrior.
Jersey,
Yeah, I'm from
Absolutely
Jersey.
love it.
why do you love the Nuggets so much?
That's always an interesting question when people ask me. It's for because of Carmelo growing up.
I
Big
thought it
Carmelo
was because
fan.
of Fat Lever.
No.
Fat Lever was a bucket and a problem.
Yeah.
My dad loves Fat Lever. Loves Fat Lever.
He was fun on 2K. I played with him on 2K before. But Yaxel, I mean, great pick, honestly. I love it. I think it's one of my favorite picks of the draft so far. Like you kind of said, like you alluded to, Matt, there isn't a player here that's going to help you more this year than Yaxel Lendeberg, I think. Obviously older, but I mean, aside from Cam Boozer, he was the best player in college basketball last year. Like he was absurdly dominant, and I don't want to discount that. I don't want.
And I mean, I don't
That's not
hate.
nothing to me.
I don't hate the fit of a lineup. Say a healthy lineup of Steph, Pajemski, Butler, Yaxel, Dre. Like that's a pretty well balanced lineup that can do a lot of good things. I think on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I'm just getting more physical strength, getting more
Mhm.
size and versatility. Someone said I was going to talk about the Giannis trade before Ricky left. We'll talk about the Giannis trade eventually. Maybe when the Bucks will be back up soon. So Oklahoma City on the clock, though. What do we think? Is this gonna? I feel people. I see people speculating
Gotta
the
be
speculating the Nate Ament bomb coming here. But I don't know. I think
think
Mara
Swain.
would be. Swain would be awesome. Yaxel is off the board. Swain would be awesome. I agree. It would be pretty shocking if he went this high just based on like the consensus projections. But I'd be super cool with it.
having some trouble over here.
We're only an hour and 47 in, and Matt's already dropping the picture on the background. We're moving through this draft though. Mara on the Thunder would be pretty terrifying. Yeah, someone made a good point. Steph in the comments made a good point that I think he would be a good fit with with Jared McCain. As someone who can, like Isaiah Joe too, but especially with McCain's ability to like fly off screens and run around handoffs, like aside from Isaiah Joe and Jared McCain, there aren't really guys on the Thunder who have that level of movement shooting skill. So I think Mara would definitely be a good addition in that regard, alongside the kind of size arms race I guess we're seeing right in the Western Conference at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, you have
So I love
Perez,
the Lakers.
Lively, and Coop. Now you have Yaxel.
Yeah, it's definitely a fit that I'd like quite a bit. But yeah, Yaxel being gone definitely puts kind of a wrench. I think the Thunder are also likely to be a Quainton's team, but I feel like his medicals are going to be too bad to actually go in this range. I don't know if that's realistic at this point, even though he's someone I view very highly. There are obviously very legit concerns with a guy who didn't play all year, played 4 games. The Bucks could still get Nate Ament at 13 if they don't get sniped by the OKC Thunder.
Yeah.
That'd be something.
But Ben, you were somebody who was on record on one of our recent episodes as saying Quintus could be one of the best Wemby stoppers in the draft, correct?
I do believe that if he's healthy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I feel like they have the infrastructure to take a risk like that, but also I just think that the opportunity to get your potential Hartenstein replacement right now, so that looking forward, as this team gets more and more expensive, I think it's just too glamorous to pass up.
Yeah, I think Quaintance, he might need a year to rehab. Do an MPJ year, kind of sit out for 1 year and then get healthy again.
Yeah, the Thunder are the team to do that, but I feel like OKC generally has like a good pulse on like where values are and when to trade up and trade down. So I feel like maybe if they think they can get Quaintance later in the draft, they'll take that swing. I don't know though. I'm really curious to see what ends up happening with the Oklahoma City Thunder. They're a team that I have agreed with a lot of their picks in recent history. And I'm curious to see what they do after kind of like, and the Thunder are always willing to like spam ball handlers, spam one position if they think that's going to be like the way to improve their team. Like I think of the Topic, Dylan Jones, AJ Mitchell draft. Like even if the only hit from that draft is AJ Mitchell, like that is such a huge boon to, what you can add as like secondary creators, basically.
Yeah, for sure. That was a big hit for them with Mitchell.
Huge hit, yeah. Huge.
And him being out, honestly, was such a huge loss in the playoffs. If he was healthy, I think they probably either go back-to-back or, they have a good chance to win it with him. So
it's possible. Like he wasn't his best in that Spurs series when he was playing, but like still, just like the value of his table setting, like the fact that he forced the likes of, Caruso or Dort or whoever to just be more of a creator than they were necessarily comfortable with. Like, Alex Caruso was doing some stuff off the dribble in that series that you never want to see Alex Caruso do. And, like, he's probably one of the better role players if you really need him to scale up. But, like, you don't want Caruso initiating at the top of the key, right? And I think you can't have too many of those ball handlers, so... But I do think post-McCain trade, a guard would be kind of surprising. But there's a million ways the Thunder could go here. Though I think my favorite...
Pick is in, by the way.
Pick is in. I think my personal favorite choice here would be Mara.
I would agree.
Thunder pick is in. I just
Silver's
think Mara...
got it.
Yeah.
And it is Mara.
Adai Mara, Oklahoma City Thunder. Hell yes. I love that. That's awesome. That's
an A+. That's got to be an A+, right?
For me, it is. I have him 7th on my board. I have him as a clear, like, mid-lottery level prospect. And, yeah, Mara is one of the most unique players in this entire draft. Have him 7th overall on my board. And his blend of playmaking and rim protection, so impressive. And Dusty May is psyched, as he should be. Man, he got 3 in the top 11? Was that back-to-back?
12. 3 in top 12. But...
No, okay, so no. Burry's
9. Yeah, it was 9, 11, and now 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mars, Merez, and Yaxel all going to the West.
Wow, that's the front court arms race has undeniably ramped up. But yeah, Mara, I think his Hartenstein is obviously a great passer, but I just don't think he's the same level of like creator with the ball that Mara is from a passing standpoint. Like he just does not have the type of like advanced vision and manipulation. Like Hartenstein is such a good quick processor, but man, I mean this is awesome. I am curious of what this means for Thomas Sorber and if that's a kind of bad omen to either how he looked in terms of the basketball or if maybe he wasn't looking as healthy as they maybe would have hoped. But I'd like to note that we are, especially in this range of the draft, looking very light on actual centers. So teams that want real centers are probably going to have to wait, trade down, or overdraft somebody at this point.
Yeah, I just tweeted now that the Nuggets should look to go double big. I would pick Acquaintance if he's there at 26. Swain or Corey is the guy, that I would pick if they're there.
Yeah,
before
you and
him,
every
but-
fan picking in that range.
Yeah. But I do think the Nuggets need to go double big because their front court is pretty undersized now, especially after the MPJ trade, and Gordon's health's in question right now. So
How'd you
I would
feel
look to
about
do
how
that.
how'd you feel about how Deron Holmes played this year, CTE?
Yeah, I think mainly it was tough because he came off of the Achilles tear. It's tough to kind of get into a rotation where a team has contending aspirations. But I thought he shot the ball really well. I mean, he shot like 40% plus from three. Not on like too big of a sample size, but the 3-pointer was there. I like some of the passing as well. I think next year is the year where I think you give him some minutes, you allocate some bench minutes for him, and can see how he operates. I think you play with Jokic like in spurts. I mean, not too much, but want to see him play more so as like a backup 5-4 in that mix.
Yeah, 100%. I think he is a quality player.
Yeah, definitely.
CT, I have to ask, what is it about Julian Strother that just rubs the Denver Nuggets coaching staff the wrong way? Because I think that guy's
That's Ben's guy too, Julian.
I do like Julian
Well,
Strother
Julian
quite a bit.
Strother.
Yep.
This
Yeah, I
is
don't
the Julian
know.
Strother podcast, absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Ryan
We're
Rollins,
fans of
Julian
Julian
Strother.
on this podcast. But yeah, with Julian this year, I mean, I was surprised he didn't get enough minutes in the playoffs. I mean, he only played a total of 18 minutes in the playoffs, and you look at his playoffs last year in Game 6 against OKC. I mean, he swung that game.
I was literally going to say I will never forget Game 6.
The Julian Strother game in the playoffs, and he swung that series to go 7,
Goddamn Strother.
and then he somehow never played after that. But honestly, Julian, he's really improved as far as his straight line ability. Like he's really improved his kind of shiftiness with the ball. He's not like a point guard or anything by any means, but he could operate as in the pick and roll as a DHO guy, and he shot like close to 40% from three this year. And his first 2 years shooting wasn't as great, but I think now next year is where he really takes the leap. Assuming he gets allocated minutes. But they had Hardaway this year and Bruce Brown that they added as veterans that they needed because the team was so rookie heavy over the past couple of years off the bench. So we'll see now moving forward what they do with those guys. But I'm still high on Julian, especially Julian and Holmes off the bench. I think that could be a good combination offensively.
I just think his movement patterns are so effortless. Like it's like he's walking on clouds. Is like just that slitheriness. He's got that a little bit of on ball juice. Like you say, he's not a point guard by any means, but great shooter. I think just the only thing really holding him back has got to be like physicality on the defense side of the ball because he slides well too, but he just gets kind of overpowered by stronger guys. But I've always been such a huge fan of him.
He's tall for a guard. I mean, he's 6'7", really good rebounder for a guy his size as well,
really long range
which
snap.
matters.
Yeah.
I think he's still got some potential to kind of level up more as like a sixth or seventh man off the bench.
Wanted to go over my best available. Spotted Sausage, is Price Sanford in the draft? No, he is not. He'd be a first-round guy for me otherwise. I love Price Sanford. But my best available are LeBaron Philon, Jaden Quains, Ibuka, Corey, Dalen Swain. Those are my 4 in like my lottery plus tier. Then we have Steinbach, Sturts, Carr, Anderson, Graves, Lopez, Jefferson, De La Rey, everyone down here. So still a ton of talent on the board. Someone said, who do you see stopping the Philon quote-unquote slide? Yeah, I mean like quote-unquote slide, right? Since he hasn't been projected crazy highly. But I mocked Philon to the Grizzlies at 16. I think that would make sense based on
I like that pick.
especially a potential jaw trade, like getting another needle-moving creator on that team. I think he'd be a great offensive fit, at least with Ty Jerome and Cam Spencer. So either you, CT, any thoughts on what would be a potential logical spot for LeBaron Philon to land?
Yeah, I think even with the Heat as well. Right now I think that could be a good spot because you have Bam and
With what
Giannis.
pick?
Oh no, I thought
You
that
got
was
fooled, CT.
Yeah, I got fooled by the
buddy.
pick. I
With
got
what
fooled by the pick. Yep.
You got played.
Yep. I mean, for Philon, maybe in Chicago too. I mean, could be a decent fit there. But he was mocked to Denver today at 26, which was
That's so crazy.
surprising. But Denver should sprint to the podium if Phylon is there at 26.
That's so cool. Yeah, that's so awesome. I mean, if you're like a Corey in that range, oh my lord.
Ben, can you
Any
remind
of those
people, the
guys.
good folks at home, why we talked about this in the last episode, but why is Phylan quote unquote sliding again, and then why do you think he needs more kind of recognition and respect per se?
Yeah, I think, maybe some of the weight, some of his perceived defensive concerns, not being a freshman, but he's like so productive, and just like has a lot of translatable skills. Honestly, like, I don't know. CT, do you have a good reason for him sliding? Because I feel like I would expect him to be liked more by the league.
Yeah, probably the physicality aspect defensively. I think he'll probably be someone who's just put into a lot of actions on that end of the floor. But I think on ball, he's pretty pesky as far as at the point of attack, quick hands. And I think this year, honestly, with the usage that he had, the defense like predictably slid off. But his freshman year, like Ben was saying, like his was kind of his role as more so of like an ancillary player, but also as a defender type as well at the point of attack.
Adam said if Grizzlies draft Phylon, I'm blocking Les. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. That is true. Yeah. I think like, but some potential like combo guard worry. But I do think he's just a good enough advantage creator and has shown enough chops, like you said, as like a real like complimentary guy on good teams. Like he was so awesome playing next to Mark Sears and the rest of like that really good Alabama team that I do think I view him as a pretty quality option to be like not only a good balance between
What's up, fellas?
Hey, how's it going, Matt? Welcome to the show, Matthew Sponhour of the Stay Hot podcast, TikTok extraordinaire. Matt,
Hey,
how's
Matt.
it going? Thanks so much for joining this
Hey
show.
Matt, what's up, man? Matt with
How's
two
it-
T's.
We've got
Yep.
two Matts on the show.
Oh, Ben, you're gonna be surprised.
I'm going to be surprised. All right, the Milwaukee Bucks on the clock from this Miami Heat trade. Oh, man, I'm not actually surprised, CT. Nate Aments is a Milwaukee Buck. So I am going to actually just pitch this to y'all for a second. I'll ask Matt, thoughts on the Giannis trade quickly while I run to the bathroom.
Okay, so this is Matt, not you, Matt, not double team Matt, single team Matt. But Giannis
Both of you
trade,
can
it's an interesting thing for me because yes, if I'm the Heat, you have to make that trade, right? Get a top 5, top 7, bona fide star in this league, right? He's still semi at the peak of his powers. He was incredible offensively last season when he was healthy. The Bucks were actually like a reasonable basketball team when he was on the floor, like a legit kind of playoff team. So I appreciate that, man. I love his pairing with Bam Adebayo. I think that's a very synergistic kind of two-man tandem. But I worry about the guard play. Norman Powell's your best guard, your best creator, playmaker. That's a little worrisome. The depth in a league that's trending towards depth, trending towards these youthful scrappers. Kind of populating the rosters. That worries me. I don't know how they're going to add more good depth. So I don't know. I still just yeah, you got to make the trade, but they're not. I don't even think they're guaranteed to be a team that hosts an Eastern Conference first round series. So I don't know why Giannis would want to go there so bad. To be honest, I feel like if I was him, I'd be pushing to go to the
It's
Celtics.
Miami. Spawnhour, what do you think of the trade?
I'm a little bit higher on it, if I'm being
Mhm.
honest with you. I think the defense is going to be pretty special overall.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
I guess here's the way that I was looking at it, and maybe I'm being a little unfair here, but I'm kind of gonna wait and see a little bit with how Miami fills out the rest of the roster. For a long time, they've had the issue of like they're great at the margin moves, they're great at finding guys who can contribute meaningfully, kind of out of nowhere sometimes, but they don't have the star for it to like really matter, Now they say, okay, fine, we're gonna make the push for that star. And we're going to see if we can still find those guys and build out the rest of the roster. How they approach this offseason and what they can build out, I'll judge it after that. But as it stands, like I'm a little optimistic in the Heat organization to find guys who can play, 6 through 9 or whatever.
Yeah, it's a great
I still
point.
just don't believe in that top five as much as like Davion Mitchell's like he's such a game manager to me and not a game changer, right? So I just don't know. I do agree with you. Like I was very skeptical of that Jimmy Butler sign and trade when it happened way back when I think it's summer of 2019 or whatever. And that ended up being a super successful era of Miami basketball and they built around him pretty well. But I don't know. I just feel like things are trending the wrong way with kind of, Giannis' aging curve. I wonder what happens to that team in a regular season where there's not going to be like 5 to 8, 10 teams tanking. If Giannis goes down for a couple of weeks, how much will they slide? Like, so I don't know. It's a fun. It's definitely going to be very fun. They're going to be fascinating.
I
Team to
still
watch.
think if Giannis is healthy, I believe in him enough to like lift this environment. Like Norm Powell is also really good. I think Powell will be
I
great.
love
As like
Norm Powell.
Powell will be great as like a dribble handoff threat. But Matt, your Charlotte Hornets are on the clock. I know you wanted Ade Mara from our conversation, so sorry about that.
I went into today and I'm getting these, and I should have known that they were just messing with me. They're saying Mara could fall to 14. They're saying Yaxel can fall to 18. I'm like, okay, what if we get 2 Michigan guys? I'm pacing around the room. They all go before the Hornets pick. I mean, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. There's still a lot of good players left on the board, but I was walking into another show that I was doing saying any of the Michigan guys, I'll be pretty happy at 14, and I can
you
I
love
can live
Michigan
with
and everything they're about. So I mean, it does make sense that
it.
yeah, it doesn't make Spawn Hour is a big Ohio State guy, to be clear, for anyone who doesn't know. So definitely says a lot about that. But I remember last year we talked, and I think you were like all right about Khan, but maybe not as high as I was. And I'd like to say that I was right and you were wrong about that.
You absolutely were right, and it was very wonderful how right you were. Quite frankly, you said there's a false. You said there's a false ceiling. I said okay, we'll see. I have faith in you, buddy. We got to like game 11. I'm like, dang. All right, fair enough. So
Even I was gonna say I'm not sure I thought he'd be that crazy that fast, but like. What kind of players? I mean, just what are like the kind of whether it's position or just like skill set, archetype, role? What do you think the Hornets should be targeting? You know, if you were Czar Peterson of the Hornets, who are you looking for with these 2 picks, or what kinds of players would you hope they add?
well, you hope they add rim protection and size and defensive versatility and that type of stuff. I mean, we all saw what happened against Orlando. And Orlando ended up giving like Detroit a good fight, and you can be like, oh well, maybe not that bad. But the reality is like they're just too light, and if they play that game again, they're gonna get punked the same way again. And even if they like pull off a miracle and win that game, or like Khan is himself or whatever, and he gets hot, what's gonna happen to them in the Detroit series? His back was screwing with him down the stretch. The exact same thing. Like Diabate, love him. Great player, but he needs to be more of somebody who you throw out for the right matchup rather than somebody where you're like, well, if it's not you, we got nobody else who's doing anything on defense. We're all chilling, so you got us, bro. So any sort of size and density that we can get in rim protection, I'm taking. Really, the one whammy I'm looking at here, the one whammy I'm looking at here is Steinbach. I really don't want him. I understand like he's a good offensive player. And the rebounding, but even if he hit, the Hornets would just be sitting there with like players in a roster made up entirely of players who are all one way, all on offense, and you just can't live like that.
Well, Hawks fan 94 in the chat says Charlotte will take the German, so we'll see if he's correct.
I'm so sorry, Matt.
I do think they'd like him. Oh wait, he's making the pick now. I'm a little behind.
I'm still behind too.
No, it's happened. It's happened.
They're talking about the. Are you on cable, Matt?
I'm on. No, I'm on YouTube TV.
I'm watching on my phone.
I've seen it.
Yeah, I'm on the Spectrum TV app, which is absolutely killing me, unfortunately.
Oh, I see it now.
There we go. Sorry, Matt.
Well, it is. I mean, about a 15-second turnaround on that one. I mean, I just don't think he's like. Tell me if I'm wrong. You got me last time. Tell me that he's actually going to win Depoy year 1 or at least be top 3 in voting, and I'll believe you, man. But like, I just don't think there's enough defensively here for a big for me to get super, super psyched.
Yeah, I mean, this is about the range where I have Hannes. I do think there were better players on the board, but I'm probably a little higher on him than you. I think just like the level of rebounding that he has is just like such a value add. I do agree that this is an offensive slanted pick, right? And I think he's going to crash the glass. He's going to score with touch. Like I've probably talked to every single one of you about this individually, but like he has the craziest hands of all time.
He has great hands.
It is so crazy. You throw the ball into him, and I think potentially that could be an area where he improves, like defense, like where he can add some value defensively, like just being a deterrent and being around. But yeah, I think it is fair to have some concerns about like a guy who is kind of a positional tweener playing with, a very offensively slanted big three, right? With Kahn and LaMelo and Brandon Miller. But I think Steinbach is a good player. So to me, this pick is kind of like a perfect B. I'm cool with it. There's probably other directions I would have gone, but I can at least understand why this happened. And then this is also one that I expected to happen. As someone said in the chat, the Hornets, Charles Lee, loves his offensive rebounding. And Steinbach is probably the best offensive rebounder. Dang. Apparently his dad played with...
His dad is very ugly. That's the first not handsome guy we've gotten a close up today of.
I haven't been paying that close attention, but I'll take your word for it.
But now they have Kalkbrenner and Diamante in the front court, so now they're adding Steinbach as well. You can't really play both of those guys together that many minutes, so it's kind of interesting there to see what they end up doing.
I think Kalkbrenner's too slow.
Yeah, Kalkbrenner is good, but like he's just a rotation player to me, right? Like I think this is kind of what they're building here with this front court room, just like kind of a platoon when it comes to like matchups and different teams are hopefully going to have more use for those players. But knowing it's Steinbach, Matt, anybody now that you're looking at that you think could either salvage this or that you just be excited about?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody who's going to single-handedly, like, save the defense or whatever. What I was really hoping for was Mara, so we have, like, an anchor that we can actually, like, put out there and have, like... Diabate does well for what he is, and in a lot of matchups, he's really good and he plays bigger than he is. I don't mean to disrespect him because he's my guy, but obviously, like, if he's getting bullied at a matchup, Charlotte's got nothing. I like Swain, I like Carr, I like a number of guys who aren't going to necessarily do that, but can still make, a decent impact or still have some upside on that end of the ball. But, I'm going to be real with you. Like, the 14th overall pick, I'm really frustrated in a guy who is a project shooting the ball and who is not a rim protector as a big. That is a bad build for the NBA. And they're sitting here considering Sabonis, too. I feel like I lack some faith in them understanding like what happened to us and what is probably going to continue to happen to us.
I have not seen that.
Oh, they were talking about Sabonis. I don't know if it's actually going to happen, but they were in serious talks to go towards Sabonis for like a couple of days, man. And it's like he fits the offense so well. It's like, yeah, great, man, but like this is somebody who's just got fatal flaws that you can't work through and has not been good in the playoffs. I'm sorry.
Injuries as well.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, who did you want instead, at that pick? That's like
I think I might have gone
option.
Swain.
I would have
Makes sense.
Yeah, someone in the chat asked, I probably would have gone Swain as well. I think he gives you like a good balance of some of that like defensive playmaking upside. Like he wasn't that crazy on defense this year, but he was asked to be the lead creator, and obviously in Charlotte he would not be asked to do that.
Right.
That's just not something that would be his role. I think he could grow into that, but yeah, I think I would have gone with Swain. But fortunately, I think they're gonna have a chance to get him at 18. So we'll see what Charlotte ends up going with. And it is just tough. This thing we talked about throughout the cycle is outside of Mara, it's just a light center draft. Like there's just only so many options for like true centers, to where you're either maybe gonna have to take a guy above consensus. The Chicago Bulls pick is in. They took Caleb Wilson earlier. Matt Sponauer, do you have any takes on the top 4, top 5? Anything that stood out to you? Any thoughts you had regarding the top of the draft?
I would have gone Boozer at 1. I mean, that's the main one. He would be my number 1 prospect. I mean, I get it because he's kind of like just a weird, unique player, and it's a lot of like processing and connective stuff with him. And you watch him, and it's like he's incredibly impactful, and he does all the little stuff right. And of course, he's got like his own scoring ability and all of that. But then you watch Debanza, and it's like, man, this guy. And the athlete that he is, and it's easy to imagine the upside. And it's not like he's super far away from being, a crazy player himself, or couldn't be worthy of the number 1 overall pick. So I don't want to hate on it too much, but Boozer was my number 1.
What's your thought on the trade deal? I guess in the context of Debanza, but like we talked a little bit about this earlier on the show, and I think the consensus was that whoever was on at that point didn't feel crazy optimistic about the Trae Young contract. So I'm curious to get your take on what you think that means for Washington now and going forward.
I didn't love it for Washington, if I'm being honest. Trae was somebody that they got essentially for free, right? As sort of a salary dump because
Sure.
he's, a skilled player, but he's got really big flaws, and that makes him kind of complicated. To have him play, 5 games for the Wizards or whatever it was, and then
barely
turn
even
around.
remember him playing, which is crazy.
Yeah, I had to double check and look it up earlier myself. It's like to have him do that, and like it's not like he's been like rehabilitated, or it's like he came out and all of a sudden it's like he's playing well off the ball, or like the defense isn't that bad or something like that, and then you're like, okay, now we feel like this can work. And then just say, okay, well, we're going to give him a new, even bigger contract is a little crazy. I feel like the idea behind the Trae stuff was like, you're going to have a playmaker, you're going to have somebody who can take over the ball a lot, so there's going to be less pressure on whoever you get in the draft. And I guess they probably had some idea that they didn't want to flat out tank, so there's going to be a level of floor raising. And who knows, maybe if we trade for AD, who's also really cheap, like we can make the play-ins. But as you know, like being a team that's been bad for a long time, who then all of a sudden becomes competitive, how excited the fan base is about that falls off way quicker than you think.
Sorry,
People will
Matt.
tell you 1 year.
Wow, the Bulls, Dalen Swain, Matt's guy.
The Nuggets dream is over.
Chicago Bull. Yeah, that's wow. I love it. I adore Dalen Swain. That's an A pick to me. Matt, you can finish your Trae thing, and then we'll talk more about Dalen Swain.
Yeah, I mean, I just think now you're locked into him long term. You don't have an easy out at all at a super high price point, and he's somebody where I wonder if you're going to want to transition off of at a point if there's no growth in him as a player, right? So, and I mean, he's been in the league a long time. Anything can happen. I feel like Cat really stepped up in such a major way that I want to be careful about how I talk about anybody, but I don't think that's quite the same.
Sure. No, I don't think so either.
So
Dalen
I
Swain.
really wasn't a fan of it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Swain, I love this. I love his outfit, by the way. The all like maroon suit with the gold chain. It's clean, but yeah, I think he is a great fit with what the Bulls like theoretically want with their size, length, athleticism, physicality. He just has such an incredible handle for his size, but they are stacking quite a few shaky shooters on that Bulls team, I will say. Caleb Wilson, Dalen Swain, Matas, I think is a fine shooter, but nothing crazy special. Same Noah Senge can be a potentially great, potential shooter, but ultimately that's my one nitpick for this Dalen Swain pick, but ultimately, I'm really happy with the Bulls taking Swain here. I think it's good value, and I think he's, to me, one of the 2 or 3 best players on the board.
Good draft for the Bulls so far.
Yeah, really good draft. This is the best I've felt about the Bulls in so long. It's
Yep.
crazy. It's crazy how quick. I mean, I guess it just shows to show how quick things can turn around. It is it's not that long ago where the Bulls were maybe the bleakest franchise in the league, and not like they have this like secret, they're going to be the next OKC or whatever. But I think they're building an interesting core of players, no doubt. They are really maxing out their like wing forward room. I think all of their big draft picks over the last 3 years have been guys in relatively similar archetypes. Like I think every single player they've taken in the last 4 years in the first round has been like a skinny 6'7" to 6'10" wing/forward. So I guess we'll see like how those players can, build off of each other. But man, this is really interesting. I'm really curious. I would assume like maybe it's just like someone eventually has to learn how to shoot, right? Like somebody has to figure it out. And Swain this year, he did improve as a live dribble shooter. Like he's a better pull-up mid-range and even extending to three a little bit than he is off the catch. But I wonder how much he's going to get as a creator. Anyways, I feel like I'm not talking as highly. Matt Spawnhour, how would you feel about the Hornets ending up with a guard at 18?
At this point, it's fine. I don't want to tell you I feel good about something though. As it stands right now, I'm 0 for 2 on giving you any sort of.
Your spirit is already broken, and I understand.
Hey, just wait till 26. The night's still early.
Yeah.
I like the different temperament of all the guests you brought in so far today, Ben.
Yeah. Gotta get a mix of, personalities, energy levels, I suppose. I think Cameron Carr would be nice for the Hornets. I
like
that.
Carr.
Yeah, I think Carr would be nice for the Hornets. Curious, Spawn Hour. How'd you feel, or anyone else? How'd you feel about Brandon Miller this season? What's your feeling about him going forward after this year?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like he's still kind of who he was early in his career. I just feel like there's a lack of growth in terms of him like getting to the rim, and there's times where the lack of like super high-end athleticism can bother him, so he turns into like a really like jump shot heavy guy, and it's spotty and it's not horrible, but it's not so much where I'm like, we got to extend him now and get out ahead of this thing, I guess.
Man, I got a question for you. So you've been pretty doom and gloom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you talked a lot about, them drafting kind of like their own version of Sabonis and whatnot, and how that might fit into an offensive first team, and kind of getting to that next level. But I mean, the Sharp Hornets were a really good defensive team in the second half of the year, and I think Charles Lee does a great job of getting the most out of his team on that side of the ball. And I think Moussa Diabate he's such a high effort player, and he really is able to kind of be a one-man intensity show. Like why are you so low on their defensive kind of outlook next season?
Yeah, because their defensive personnel is really weak, and Diabate is incredibly matchup dependent. I don't think it translates to the playoffs like at all. I mean, size just bothers them so much, and that actually goes like entirely beyond just like a defensive aspect for them, right? I mean, we saw just on the perimeter, like they couldn't really, like LaMelo really had his issues, and it just feels like this is a team that already is like not the best around the rim. So if you get guys who are more physical than them, they can really, really start to struggle. But I think Diabate specifically, I think about, like the Duran matchup and how much he struggled in that. And even then Duran went and had issues further along, but I wonder, it's like, if this guy is just going to be more matchup dependent than he feels in the regular season once it gets to playoff time and we're a little bit more locked in, then man, outside of that, they really just do not have the horses in terms of like great point of attack defenders or other guys who I really trust at all as help defenders. So I think they're a team that they did perform well in terms of like their, defensive rating, I'm sure, compared to where they were in years prior in the regular season. But I just don't buy that would hold up in the playoffs. It basically didn't already to me with how things looked against Orlando, and I feel pretty confident it wouldn't have against the Pistons or a lot of other physical teams that they could match up against.
We've got our first trade of the night, which is kind of crazy, honestly. The Memphis Grizzlies traded this pick to the Oklahoma City Thunder for two second-round picks, and the Thunder just took Bennett Sturtz. Wow.
Wow.
And I believe that means they still have 17. So
Because I was going to
I
say
don't
this
know.
is a Grizzlies pick.
No,
Getting Sturts at this pick.
people are saying no. I believe this was traded to. Yeah, this was traded to the Oklahoma City Thunder for two second-round picks.
Wow.
What is? Wow.
They have to be swapping. They have to be swapping their first round picks, right?
You
There's no.
think? Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Breaks a lot of the OKC like tendencies, but I mean I really like Sturtz in OKC. This is like an A-, A grade to me. I really like Bennett Sturtz. He's exactly 16th on my board, so this is right around where I like to take him. But I assume like they have to move down.
They
a
are
spot,
swapping,
right?
according to Jake Fisher. Yeah, they are swapping 16.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. I was going to say,
I mean, I
2
like it for
seconds.
Memphis in that case, but yeah, another guard is interesting for Oklahoma City. I wonder what that means about Topic, if anything. But Sturtz, I mean, is an unbelievable shot maker with some of the highest feel in the entire class. Like he's a really impressive player, who I think has a chance to be really good in the league. Like.
Mhm.
Kind of terrifying. I mean, he is probably one of the players who could play right now. Wow, that is crazy.
I feel like
We
that
liked him
you
for the
know,
Pistons,
you know,
too.
Say, I think that Sturtz and Mara kind of just slot in for what Topic and Sorber were for this team last year, is like kind of their young developing players, right? And I think that we should probably look to see both those guys get moved, as Sturtz and Mara both cheaper options right now. And I think that's probably, financially OKC is trying to cost cut and whatnot.
That's crazy. Wow.
Sturts playing a bit more off the ball, too. When the ball's in Shea's hands or J-Dub. Makes a lot of sense as a shooter.
I think it's a great spot for Sturtz, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the more I think about this, the more I want to keep being the positive guy and move this up to an A. But I'll keep it at an A- for now. Who's gone off the board? We've got Sturtz off the board right there. Dalen Swain off the board. We've got a couple pretty high-level guards still on the board. Quaintance is that big kind of question mark. I feel terrible for Topic. Seems like he's just had a really tough. Didn't he have like another injury or another something recently?
Yeah.
He had a testicular cancer.
Again? I mean, I know he had that and then came back from that. But was there was there a recent thing with? Yeah, that's brutal. Sturtz is such an OKC player, though. Like it is
I watched so much of him these last 2 years, both at Drake and Iowa. I think he's such a great decision maker, such a great feel for the game, high motor. He's a turnover suppressor, just like his new mentor and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. That he's an incredible player, man. OKC just keeps knocking it out of the park with these guys.
Nobody in the history of the Bartorovic database, which goes back to 2008, has played a higher percentage of his team's minutes than Sturtz played last year at Drake. And this year, he was up there as well, playing basically the whole game. Yeah, last year he played 98.8% of his team's minutes. That is insanity.
That's some high school basketball stuff.
Truly. And I think he's gonna have a chance to really scale down and hopefully add some more value on defense. He's a great charge taker. He's got great hands. Yeah, I mean this is such an OKC pick, right? Like a guy who can dribble and pass and shoot and make good decisions. I suppose you really can never stack too many of these guys, and it makes me want to think about what does this mean for other players on the roster. But it could always mean just so 16 picks through. Who is
one thing it probably means is Jared McCain going to get a second contract?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's
Because
it.
we
Yeah.
know that archetype, Ben, we were talking about that archetype, it really, really loses its value when they get that second contract. So maybe they're looking down the road there too.
So OKC
Very
traded
true.
up one spot.
Yep.
Yes. So that must mean. I wonder what that. I mean, I feel like Memphis is going to take Phylon here. I feel like that's what makes sense. Getting a creator in the room like that, they could use that. They're starting to get a lot of ancillary pieces. They have some good wings. Obviously, Cam Boozer now, and then Edie in the middle. What do we think about that?
I guess they thought someone would snag Sturts over
They
them.
probably thought it was. They
At that
probably
pick.
thought Memphis was taking Sturts.
Yeah.
I mean, he is such a Memphis-y prospect that I can understand why they thought that. But yeah, I mean, if they still end up getting Phylon trading down a spot, I mean, regardless, it's good business from the Grizzlies to just move down a little bit, pick up another player. But yeah, Sturts alongside Shea and J-Dub. I wonder if that. I mean, Lou Dort is probably out the door, right? Maybe. What do you think?
I think they're kind of hesitant to move him from everything I'm hearing, just because of how much he means to that team's culture. I'm not 100% sure that they don't need to move him. That's one thing. They can get off of, if they get off like Kent Rich Williams, they get off of Topage, they get off of Sorber. I'm pretty sure that gets them under where they need to go. Maybe get off Isaiah Joe too. I don't know who's more expendable to you, Isaiah Joe or Dort.
Definitely Joe, I think, especially if you have McCain. Looks like the
Yeah.
Pistons was traded into 17.
Wow. Yeah, we thought
Wow.
he'd be for Sturts.
Abuka Corey.
Yeah, that made sense. That was
Is it
rumored
for
for a long
Corey?
time.
Wow. Let's go. Wow.
What's the rub on this guy, Ben? You guys have
Wow.
been mentioning this whole time.
Wow. Corey. Let me just fill in the A plus real quick.
Okay.
My computer is feeling it right now, so give me a sec. But
You got him mocked at third. I mean, not you have him in your big board as 13th.
yeah, I mean, I think Corey is one of the. I mean, he was my second or third best player available. Acquaintance is a special case, obviously, but Abuka. I mean, he has a lightning bolt with the basketball. He's one of the best live dribble advantage creators in the entire draft, and he is such a perfect fit in Detroit as well. Like, I absolutely love this one. Like, he has had to deal with so much in terms of, like, he has to deal with so much in terms of like dealing offensively with just like handling the load on offense, that I am super excited to see what Abuka Corey can do in Detroit. I mean, that's awesome. I absolutely love that pick.
They need
Ben,
another
given his
creator,
size, I have to wonder what's stopping him from just kind of ending up like Marcus Sasser did over there. This is for all you guys.
I think he's just a completely different level of athlete. Is a big thing. He's got a way longer wingspan. I think has way more utility to impact the game on the defensive end. Yeah, I mean, I just think he's a significantly better player with just like, again, more athleticism, more physical tools.
I agree about the athleticism and the burst.
Very quickly,
Yeah, burst
Charlotte
athleticism.
is back on the
Be
clock.
one of the better rim pressure players in the draft. Even though the efficiency wasn't really there, but I chalk a lot of that up to the context.
For sure. I mean, he is, like you said, an absolute lightning bolt with the basketball. One of the quickest players in this draft, or even in like the last couple drafts. But man, I mean, so are the Grizzlies just hoarding second round picks now? 'Cause I assume they traded. Did we see details?
I'm sure it's got to be a swap.
But
again.
Matt, this could still be a Cameron Carr situation right here.
That'd be solid. I mean, he'd be another guy who has to add some weight. So we'd really be loading up on dudes who need to add some weight and some play strength, and that's maybe my main concern. But yeah, he's a good player, and I think he's got good defensive upside, and obviously great wingspan and quick on his feet. So
Yeah, I
could get
agree.
down
Just
with
like
it.
looking at the board, like we've talked about Quaintance, like if Quaintance was healthy, he'd be so awesome, like in terms of there's your size and physicality and rim protection sorted, but unfortunately that's just not the case. But I would really like Cameron Carr. Matt Spawnhour, do you have any thoughts on Alan Graves or Kareem Lopez? Two players who I've also seen somewhat commonly mocked, or at least linked to Charlotte throughout this cycle.
I feel like Lopez is a little bit too. I feel like the processing is not where I'd really want it to be, and it's kind of disconnected.
Yeah, I agree.
And I would really prefer, Graves is kind of an interesting, weird player, uh, who's like not a wild athlete, not a bad one, but just like not like a wild athlete, but a great defensive playmaker. I think I would rather bet on somebody like that who's really special and a disruptor, if we're not going to get like a rim protector, rather than, I mean, obviously, like with Lopez, there's the upside about getting to the rim, and the Hornets can use somebody like that too. I think that's another weakness of this team, but I think I'd take Graves.
Yeah, I like Alan Graves a lot. CT, where are you at on Graves? I mean, as you said that, and I totally agree. Like his, even though he has real weaknesses as an athlete, as a mover, some issues with the competition level, like you said, his defensive playmaking is so freaky.
Yeah, I had Graves at 16 on my board today. My final big board. Like you said, defensive processing. As far as his ability to pick and pop, kind of put the ball on the deck a little bit as well. I think as far as like the offense is concerned, he'll just be someone who just able to keep the ball moving. Right. But defensively, I think, yeah, of course, there's some of the athleticism concerns, but I think really makes up for that with a lot of the processing on that end of the floor. So I think it would be a good pick.
By the way, the Grizzlies are getting 21st pick now from the Pistons. Just to clarify that.
Yeah.
So they basically traded down 5 spots and picked up 5 second-round picks.
Gotta respect that.
I have a hard time complaining with that with that approach in this draft. I do think, honestly, a lot of the players who I liked, like way above consensus, like a Corey and Swain, have gone.
Is that you taking a victory lap right now?
Yeah, everyone's drafting on my board. CT, I believe you have to head out. So thank you
before
so
you
much.
head out, man.
You're hopping on the stream, man.
You got a great voice, man. Got a great voice for this kind of stuff. I've noticed that from being with you this last 45 minutes.
I appreciate it. That's my coaching voice for 7th and 8th grade basketball.
You're a coach, man? You took this long to tell me that?
Yeah, I'm a coach.
Okay.
Yeah, I coach my old middle school 7th and 8th grade boys basketball team. So yeah, that's where it comes from. But Ben and Matt, thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it. Matt, great to meet you as well. And looking forward to be back tomorrow for round 2.
For sure. Spawn Hour and I, it's time to start a rec league team.
Thanks, guys.
I think we do all right coaching from 12-year-olds.
The pick is in. I have not watched a ton of Anderson.
Wow.
Not to spoil it for you.
Wow. Surprising,
that's a reach right
but definitely not a reach by my board. I got to think about
I'll pull it up. You have him at 19, so right around.
Yeah. So definitely not that much of a reach, but that's interesting. I mean, Anderson is, to me, maybe the best pure dribble pass shooter in the entire class. And I do think there's some validity, like you can speak to this, Matt, too, like beyond LaMelo and Khan and like Miller, especially if Kobe White is not sticking around, like could probably use a little more on-ball juice. And Anderson, like, again, clearly the Hornets like their threes and offensive rebounds. Anderson, arguably the best shooter in the class, incredible handle, incredible ball skills, but incredible passer, but like very skinny, 6 feet, 6'1", with a pretty long wingspan. He tries on defense, but he isn't a defensive stopper by any means. So, yeah, Matt, how are we feeling right now? Christian Anderson and Hannes Steinbach. That is your Charlotte Hornets haul.
Well, I mean, I think I was hoping for a defensively slanted class to kind of balance things out, and I guess they're thinking more like we want to continue to head in the direction of what we find most valuable. I feel like being able to deal with the different issues that'll be thrown at you in the playoffs is better than just being like, maybe we do think these things are super valuable, and they are. Like, I like rebounding as much as the next guy. I love 3-point shots, but
I
um,
love threes. I love
yeah,
rebound.
but it's not the end of the world, and if they're healthy, they'll still be a really good team, and they'll have a really good chance at making the playoffs and breaking the drought and whatnot. And overall, like things are better than they had been the last 3 years. But I'm not going to act like I was coming into this class expecting what we've gotten.
Yeah, and I think Anderson, like, again, at least you can say like he is such an incredible shooter. Like he honestly similar to Khan. It was one of those cases where like he has been like a 40+% 3-point shooter on volume for like years and years, going back before even his like in all of his FIBA samples. So like he is a legit blue chip shooter, at least. There is that. But yeah, it's an interesting haul. I think I'm gonna give this like a B plus. Again, I gave the Stein. Yeah, I think both B grades to me. Like it's a solid draft. The Spurs about to be on the clock. Who are the Spurs gonna quick spawn hour? Quickly want to get your take on the finals. I don't think we've talked about this. What are your thoughts on this Knicks team, and who do you think the Spurs? What kind of steps do you think the Spurs should be taking to keep moving forward? Hopefully, can aside from just like getting their young guys getting better.
Well, I mean, like, man, it's really difficult to think because the Fox stuff is such an issue with his contract. I don't think you can move off of him in any serious way, and he's also kind of banged up, and I think you have to hold out that there's going to be some sort of like regression or progression back to the mean there with him. To me, I thought like one of their big issues, just too many guys on the floor for them that you at least want to see hit a couple of threes before you really respect them. I mean, it's mostly just Vassell and Champagny that you're truly scared of. And obviously there's other guys like Wimby, but he's spotty, or Harper had his moments, but he's spotty, or, the same with Castle. And a lot of that could be solved by, and a lot of it's going to have to be solved by Harper and Castle have to be serious threats, and, they're building towards that and whatnot. But I think any shooting that you could add to space things out and make it harder to, bring somebody in to, get an elbow on Wimby's hip while he's rolling to the basket, and then making it easy to recover and not being able to punish that type of gravity that Wimby brings in, or the defensive, attention you got to bring to it. That would be what I'd be looking for. But at the same time, they also just needed somebody who could more consistently hit shots in the clutch, and maybe that was just playing Harper more, but down the stretch, how'd they lose those games?
Yeah, I and again, like it was such a close series. Those games were so close that like it is hard to make like big takeaways. I mean, I'm just sitting here looking at this OKC draft though and being like, man, that's got to sting if you're the Spurs. Or maybe it doesn't, and they just like who they like and they rate who they rate. But Raptors on the clock. This to me is a LeBaron Philon spot. I think
Is that Mike
Philon
Miller?
will be.
No, it's not Mike Miller. Never mind. I was like, is that Mike Miller talking to Philon right now?
I don't know. It might be. It might be.
No,
He's a
it's
big
not.
agent now.
Is he Mike Miller, like the shooter Mike Miller?
Yep.
Really? Where
He
at?
runs. I was gonna say he runs Lyft Sports Management. Let me see who his clients are. Okay, well, Philon is his client, so I'm sure that was Mike Miller.
Okay. Wow. Good catch by me.
Spawn Hour, do you have a favorite, like, random role-playing shooter? Like, mine is Steve Novak. I love Steve Novak.
Favorite random role-playing shooter? I'm trying to think, because I mean I grew up a Hornets fan, so it's like whatever.
Yeah,
I really appreciate. I really appreciate it. This doesn't count, but like the year that Devontae Graham was good for the Hornets, he also was so good on 2K. They made him so quick, and he wasn't a great finisher, but they didn't make him like as bad as he really is. So you could get away with it. I mean, Corver's not random, but I always liked Corver.
Corver is awesome.
I'd have to think about that.
Alan
Alan
JR's.
Graves, the Raptors.
Wow. Alan Gray, that is a Raptors pick. They are just not going to ever be done taking these like range. They're just going to take these kind of players forever, aren't they? Like we kind of talked about. I like Graves. I just am curious about where he fits into this plan because like he is at this point not like a sure thing as a shot maker by any means. Like he is I think an intriguing shooter prospect, but mainly like connected passing, rebounding. But yeah, the Raptors are going to be absolutely ridiculous when it comes to like getting steals and offensive rebounds and all that stuff. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one. I mean, I don't hate it, but I feel like again, he's one of my few best players on the board, so hard to think of this as anything other than like it's just a weird fit to me, kind of. I don't know. But then again, I kind of felt that way about CMB, and then CMB was awesome. We've got some great responses. Someone said Joe Harris. Shout out to where did someone reply? Doug McDermott, absolute legend.
Where's the Jason Capono love?
Jason Capono, that is definitely a name. Man, that's very interesting. But Matt, thank you so much. Spawn Hour. Issa, you're stuck with me.
Okay, I was gonna say, are you done with me right now? Man?
I'm kicking you out. Thank you so much for hanging out during the Charlotte Hornets and the rest of those picks. Always great to talk to you, buddy. You can tell the people if you have anything to plug, anything you'd like to tell the people before you head out.
At Spawn Hour on Twitter or TikTok or wherever, SPONHOUR. But thank you for having me on, man.
I may or may not be doing. We may or may not be doing a little home and home. So keep on the lookout for that. But Spawn Hour, thank you so much for your time. Hopefully you can mull on this Hornets draft and maybe you have a revelation that you think it's wonderful and it's going to change this team forever and it's going to be the thing that takes them over the top and wins them a championship.
Yeah, I'll go talk myself into it. But thanks for having me, guys.
See you, Matt.
Take care, Matt. Good to meet you, man.
Good to meet you, Dope.
All right, we've got the Spurs on the clock. Kind of similar to what I was talking to Spawn Hour. Who do you think? We've got so many great shooters in the chat. By the way, Wayne Ellington, Rodney Hood, Eric Gordon, Ryan Anderson, Matt Ryan, not the Falcons Matt Ryan. To be clear, I mean Falcons Matt Ryan might be a bucket and a problem. I don't know. But anyway,
I got an nasty step through.
How do you, Matt, knowing what you know about Graves, how do you feel about his viability alongside Barnes and Murray Boyles?
Well, okay, so you said, the shot making is a little questionable. He's like another kind of one of these analytic darlings, like you said. I mean, he's a Santa Clara guy, which is always a good sign. We love our Santa Clara boys here. I don't know. I kind of wish they'd taken like a Phylon, right? Get like a really serious creator and spacer to kind of pair with Barnes and Boyles, or even just get a big man. So I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it, Ben, because I said, like, I know he's like a productive guy. You know, the numbers really like him, but I don't know how he would fit with those two, to be honest. I really wanted more shooting or, like a traditional big man who could like catch lobs and stuff and kind of benefit from Scotty Barnes' incredible interior passing.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm really curious to see like just what kind of lineups they want to deploy. Like clearly a team that is doubling and tripling down on their kind of philosophy and identity, which I do appreciate to some extent. Like I can't fully hate on a team that like has a clear as day identity that they're clearly building around. So from that point of view, I'm not super mad about it. But yeah, I mean, again, it's one of these picks where I'm just like more curious than anything to see how it goes. And those are fun picks as well. I love these picks that just like make me think, just make me like, like I wonder how this prospect is going to be deployed in this environment. But Spurs are on the clock. Looks like they're taking their sweet time to make this pick.
What do you think here, Ben? Where do they go with that?
I'm gonna say they go with could be your guy Koa Pete, could be Kareem Lopez, could be Chris Sinak. I'm thinking that like 4 spot, a guy who can actually play like the Keldon Johnson role.
Yeah.
More effectively than Keldon did. It makes sense to me. I just don't love the options at that kind of juncture, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean it's so cool having like a Wemby, and obviously for all the reasons, like he's really good at basketball. He's 7'6". He's the best rim protector ever, best lob catcher ever. But it also gives you such a what's the word I'm looking for here? I guess flexibility, team building wise. Like Cole Pete, right? He's like the super athletic, powerful, bionic kind of like 4-man whose jump shots really broken, right? But he would fit like even if he can't shoot, right, he'd fit pretty fine with Wemby just because Wemby's a ridiculous shooter himself. And then I mean, again, Phylon, who you had at 8, I don't know how much sense he makes here, just because they already have Castle, they have Harper, they have Fox,
Yeah,
but like
it would be
you
hard to
still
take
could
Phylon here.
you still could take him though, just because of the again, Wemby's a 1-man defense onto his own. Like you could play 3 guards out there and still field the best defense in the NBA. Cameron Carr, he could kind of fill in, right? Is that because I mean you also want to upgrade over Julian Champagnie, ideally, don't you? Not just that like Keldon Johnson role.
Probably, but Champagne is good, man. Like
No, Champagne's a good player. Don't get me wrong. I love Champagne. I love both the Champagne brothers.
I don't know if there
honestly.
is a realistic upgrade over Champagne here. Like I like Carr, but like Champagne is awesome. So, man, it's gonna be an interesting one. I'm curious to see what this ends up being. And we have our next guest, Brian Geisinger, Charlotte Hornets Duke extraordinaire. I'm sorry, bro. I'm so cooked with these intros. Brian, how's it going? Friend of the show. Hornets just picked. You're obviously like a Duke guy, Hornets guy. How do you feel about Charlotte's draft? We just had Matthew Sponhour on here, who was not the biggest fan of Charlotte's haul, but I'm curious to see what your take on it is.
Yeah, didn't love it. Thought it was mostly fine. And first off, Ben, Matt, thanks for having me. Ben, I think you nailed the intro too. So just, but I look Steinbeck at 14. I think made a lot of sense. Just how the way the board broke and there, Morez goes in the top 10, Mara goes, Yaxel goes. So to me it was that was calling out for in the direction that they would go. Look, I really wanted them to go Corey at 18, and then of course there's the all the trades and the picks, and you have Sturts and Corey go right ahead of Charlotte. So I thought there was a chance they might look to Anderson. I know Jeff Peterson, who runs the front office for Charlotte, liked the guards in this class a lot. Thought it was 10 deep positionally for first round guys. So. But this is a team that, has, assuming Kobe White is brought back in free agency, has sort of like added another, third guard basically, who's 6 foot, 6'1", 180 pounds, is not going to help them with their issues in terms of physicality, finishing in the paint, defensively. I think he becomes a sort of a tough like lineup fit for them positionally, but certainly someone that can shoot it, create space, organize pick and roll. So I see some pros for it, but it's probably not the direction I would have gone in, and including with Graves comes off. That's the tough part is they go Corey goes 17, Graves goes 19, and I would have preferred either of those guys at 18 for Charlotte over Anderson.
I was totally just zoning out, but the Spurs just took Quaintance. Wow.
Whoa.
This is kind of an enormous win for my big board. All of the players, except for Phylon, everyone in my top 17 is off the board in my first 20 picks.
So way to take the Wemby. Best way to stop the Wemby stopper from stopping Wemby is to take him.
Yep. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't hate it.
Wow.
You know, I mean, like it's an interesting pick. I wouldn't have like I thought there was a chance Charlotte might take a swing on him at 18 too, just given his the sort of like upside with him, the potential. But man, it seemed like he was really sliding the last few weeks, and but it's not a bad situation for him to land in San Antonio. You know,
I think
he needs time. I feel like to get healthy, and long term, there's maybe potential for him next to Wemby.
something that Robert May's Athletic Football Show says a lot that I love is like teams love to lie to us before the draft, but they can't anymore after the draft. It is a truth-telling exercise, and I think like maybe what this signals is that the Spurs like understand that they're not as close as like a finals appearance would have you think, and because I see some people in the chat, and I'm sure I can anticipate Spurs fans being upset about taking a guy who like literally may not play as a rookie. Like he might need a true redshirt year.
Redshirt,
which I
yeah.
which like certainly is risky, but to me, at the 20th pick of the draft, like you just don't get players with his level of defensive ceiling. Like I really think Quaintance is at his best, the kind of talent like he was a dominant player as a 17-year-old on defense, like incredible shot blocker, freakish mobility for a player of his size. He obviously needs a ton of seasoning and a ton of like technical improvement on both ends, but I love it, honestly. I think this is going to be a controversial selection, but for me, it's one of my favorite picks in the draft so far. Like, it's obviously a swing, but yeah, I think this is one of my personal favorites in the draft. And again, it would be easier to be upset about this pick if it was like a team that I rooted for or like had vested interest in, but like, man, what a player. Like he at his best is so fun, and I understand. I can totally get why the Spurs would take a swing on him, because like again, the reward for San Antonio is so high to me. Like with such a high reward here, even if it is somewhat of a risky pick. Like if you hit here, like you are going to hit. Like it is going to be huge.
I love I mean, I just want him to get healthy, most importantly.
Same.
Regardless of where that is. But it's like, yeah, I mean, what if, 2 to 3 years from now we're looking up and it's, all of the athletes that could potentially be on the floor for this team, Wemby, Cadence, Bryant, Harper. I mean, there is a real sort of like physical specimen, potential that they could have positionally all throughout the lineup with a lot of young guys too. And shouldn't exclude Steph Castle from that mix either too. Just like strong, mobile, athletic. There's some cool stuff that could potentially be in the cards down the line for them. But yeah, hopefully with Cadence, he can just. I think a true redshirt year would be good for him, and because he probably needed it this past year, honestly, and wasn't able to get it in Lexington.
100%. The Grizzlies seem to finally be on the clock. They traded down 5 spots and picked up 5 second-round picks, which is just awesome business to me. Like,
Yeah.
And they're still, to me, I see LeBaron and Phylon just screaming at me. But honestly, like, the guards, this mock honestly looks more like a what I would do mock draft than I expected. Like, in most of the mocks that I did and I saw, like, these guards are available into the second, into the early mid 20s, but this hasn't been the case with Sturts going to OKC, Ibuka, Anderson, Brian. Of these kind of mid-round guard picks, any that stand out to you specifically as like something you're really really happy with? Actually, I'm gonna ask you this question after we see this Detroit pick.
Yeah.
Or not this Detroit pick, this Memphis pick.
Kareem Lopez.
Yeah.
Interesting. Kareem Lopez is a developmental forward. I think I understand it. I think this is a solid pick, but
Is this a hustle pick?
Like the Memphis Hustle?
No,
Yeah.
you get the reference. Hustle. Adam
Yeah.
Sandler movie. You got it, BG.
Oh, I actually thought you were asking about the Memphis Hustle, the G League affiliate.
No,
I feel like
No. I
there,
was trying to be. I was trying to be a dick about it. No.
there's multiple hustle levels to this pick. I like it. I like it.
Man, what should we? I'm curious about the what am I thinking for the grade? I think this is again like a B minus to me.
Yeah.
Brian, what do you think about Lopez? I think he's an interesting prospect with, I think real upside. I'll say I don't see like why there is such a gigantic gap between him and Nate Ament, for example, in like the eyes of the league. I see those two as like broadly similar players. So yeah, what are your thoughts on Lopez and especially to Memphis? And you know what? I feel like I have to bump this Memphis grade up because it's effectively Kareem Lopez and 5 second-round picks, which is
Yeah,
like
that's the right way to look at it. And if so, that's again pretty good business from their part. Yeah, I think of him athletically as sort of like more like fluid than explosive. I think sometimes he looks a little stiff in mechanical and in boxy at times. But I like his ability to slash. I think he had some nice performances with the with the Breakers this season. And again, pretty solidly built for a guy. Almost 7-foot wingspan. 9.5 reach, 220 pounds. Again, can maybe be. Think of his passing as sort of a little bit more like connectory, but I think there's like a chance for him to be sort of like a big wing creator type. So, especially once you add in the second round pick component of it, and this is a guy that can, I think, has time to develop. I think ultimately he could be a nice, sort of like long term piece for the Grizz.
yeah, I agree. It's clearly a long-term pick, which I have no problem at all with Memphis making, to be clear.
Yeah.
It totally fits the timeline. But I think, like you kind of alluded to, he has a much higher ceiling driver than I feel like most players of his like body type, athleticism, production are like shot making first, like they're shooters, like Nate Ament, Jabari, Cam Reddish, Zaire Williams, whoever. Like that's I think he's much stronger and more physical than these players too. But like he has some legit flashes of ball skills, can create a bit from a standstill. There's an awesome clip I posted somewhere on Twitter where he just like shook the hell out of JaVale McGee.
Yes, I know the game you're talking about.
Yeah, and hit a ridiculous shot at the rim against Illawarra, I think, or Perth, one of those two teams. Yeah, I mean, I think also Nolan G said in the chat, good note, Memphis has taken 2 of the 3 youngest players so far off the board. Actually, is a Corey younger? I feel like it might be 2 of the 4. I'm thinking a Corey might actually be younger than Lopez.
Who's the other
I don't
one
know.
that's younger than Lopez?
Cadence probably, right?
Boozer,
no.
Quaintance.
Yeah.
Boozer and Quaintance are both 18 years old today.
Okay.
Corey is just turned 19, and Lopez just turned
in
19
April.
as well.
Yeah.
Point being, they did take 2 of the youngest players in the draft. That's no doubt. Yeah, big New Zealand. Sizzle says, Ben, I'm getting kind of confused and upset Mav didn't trade it for a guard using PJ or Gafford because I don't get it. Yeah, I mean, I guess they had their chance to take a guard at 9 and preferred Merez, which I understand. LeBaron Philon's still there. Maybe he falls to 30.
Yeah.
Or maybe
He's looking down bad right now. He's looking
it
pretty
must be
sad.
so. I was gonna say, I like his hexagonal glasses. It must be really awful to be like the talented guy who falls and is just like plastered all over TV, like looking up. He looks pretty. I was gonna
It
say.
looks like he
doesn't
scratched his
look
eye or
visibly-
something too. So he's got that going right now.
He doesn't look physically. Oh yeah, interesting. He doesn't look physically, like clearly sad or dejected like some players do in this case.
Cameron Carr looks very sad right now.
Yeah.
Looks like a sad boy.
Chris Sinak also doesn't have the nicest look on his face either. I'm sure it's a. I'm sure it's a. Oh wow, Cameron Carr. Yeah, totally. It's it's a good like gut check for all these guys, right? Like you can't predict the draft. You can't predict what's going to happen. But let's just quick update to my board, to the horizontal board. Phylon is my clear BPA, but I think there's still a ton of, like, speaking to the Mavs point, there are still guards that I like, namely De La Rey, Bruce Thornton, and Malik Thomas. I think those are all worthwhile picks. And the like wing room is like with Isaiah Evans and Cameron Carr, that could be an interesting. Someone said, what is the point of getting Lopez when they have Cam Boozer and play the same position? I don't think those guys play the same position, really. I think of Boozer leaning more big and Lopez leaning more wing of those two, personally.
I mean, I guess they have Coward there too, but I mean, I don't know. They clearly, they like Lopez. So
I think they're too early in their timeline to be worrying too much about like positional overlap.
Yeah.
Like I think at this point, and again, Coward, like the fact that Coward is just like a great shot maker, and I think has the ball skills to play down if he needs to, helps you as well. Like he is a really rad ball handler, and like
Ben knows how I feel about him.
Yeah, Coward's an awesome player. I mean, he's so sick. Yeah, I'm totally with y'all. Coward, like Coward has some 2-3 versatility, I think.
Yeah.
Despite being sized, Lopez is 3-4. Boozer 3-4, maybe some 5 in a pinch. Like I think ultimately, I understand where you're coming from, but I think it's just like, again, I'd be much more worried if they were like taking bad players.
And the 76ers take Phylon. He's flying off.
Hey, oh my God.
Oh, that's you gotta feel for that guy. You gotta love that for him.
Wow. I mean, leave it to the Sixers to take the talented guard who falls.
Did it with Maxey and McCain, yeah, man. I like this.
Obviously,
I like this pick a lot.
8th on my board. Yeah, Brian, why don't you talk about this pick for a sec while I update my sheets?
Yeah, I like this pick a lot. Someone the growth for him this season was excellent. Someone that is maybe a little ball screen dependent to create, but just like a guy that can really shot make, play make out of the ball screens, slippery, and someone that's going to bring another. I know he's in their small guard, but I don't see anything wrong with that. I kind of thought a Corey would be an awesome pick if he slid to 22 for them. So to get a guy like Fallon's caliber in the door here, really like it. I know he's small. I know he's skinny. But man, the offensive skill and craft and shooting touch, I just really like it with him too. I mean, I would have, I had him above Anderson, who went to the Hornets at 18. So I think the value here is really good for Alabama, or not Alabama, for Philadelphia.
It's good for Alabama too. I was gonna say, do you guys like him more than you like Jared McCain long term?
Probably.
Yeah, maybe. I like it. They're different, I guess, to an extent. McCain is to me because of the shooting. McCain was, I guess, a little up and down as a shooter this year, but to me, McCain is so like malleable and scalable, just because like you can put him in sort of like more lineups. And I think he's got a little bit more like strength to his game too, but Phylon's creativity with the ball is just like he's a level up, above McCain in that regard. So I think it's to me, it's sort of like in the eye of the beholder. But at this point, Phylon's just younger, so like not by a lot, but that alone is maybe enough of a reason to sort of like lean in his direction if you sort of feel that a lot of stuff equals out for them.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm definitely interested in like the Maxey, Phylon, McCain thing, since like none of them are like. I think Phylon has the ball skills and has the advantage creation to like develop into a true like lead guard. I think he's a good, not great passer. I don't know how you feel, Brian. Like he has real vision and like can hit. I think his best thing as a passer is like his skill. Like he hits live dribble passes with both hands consistently. Like he's a pretty accurate. He is an accurate playmaker. So, yeah, I mean, I think like ultimately I feel pretty good about his ability to like fit in next to VJ and Maxey. Like ultimately it's just going to be a case of building out the rest of the roster around these guys, right? Like filling out with rangy defenders and athletic players and, just like these ground covery players. I'm curious to see, like, I'm pretty happy with how VJ developed this year, like not only throughout the year, but also just like as a whole, kind of compared to where he was at Baylor. Something about, just even like different kinds of Sixers teams have been able to get the most out of a lot of players. So I do have some faith
Yeah,
that it's going to end up being well.
I think VJ kind of getting away from Baylor's defensive system, I think, is something that probably just sort of like the wonkiness that came along with that as a team that played a lot of zones, switched a lot. Just, I think ultimately, like, I liked where his defense landed. I mean, I felt pretty good defensively about him coming into the draft, but I thought that was something that translated, projected pretty well early on. And so, no, I think absolutely, you need more ball handlers in the door. Shouldn't all be on Maxey to be, sort of like the one guy who can initiate screen roll. I'm sure Edgecombe will try to develop more in that regard too. But having a guy like Phelan, I think, again, his playmaking and scoring out of the ball screen is intriguing. And again, I think you can find ways to play those guys together and play them off one another and get some synergy out of it.
Here's something to think about. We talked about a lot. We talked on the show a lot about where the kind of guard class would fall, whether or not the way the finals went with, the Knicks being a small guard centric team, OKC having, a lot of teams in the playoffs either having useful small guards or like wishing they had guys with that skill set. All of my lottery plus caliber guards are gone. I would have expected, and like most mocks expected, at least one or two of a Corey Sturts, Anderson, Phylon, Burry, Swever, probably not Burry's based on the way consensus viewed him, to be there here. So I'm curious about like what this says about overall team building philosophy throughout the league, and if maybe we see like a trend back towards like 2015 pace and space type basketball. But yeah, I think Phylon. I mean, again, it could also be a case of like this class brings a uniquely talented group of guards, and that's all it is. It's just teams valuing these talented guys, which is also very possible.
I would say the answer is probably a little bit of both, right? I mean, we tend, right, after a team wins the NBA championship, and me and you talked about this, Ben, where I think like you can't really try to replicate what the Knicks did. It's so special. The run is so special, but teams are going to try to learn something from this previous champion, right? And one big lesson we learned is that you can win with a quote unquote undersized guard as your primary ball handler, being like high usage player, playing a lot of minutes for you. And so, I mean, yeah, people are starting to revalue that again. And like the league has always been cyclical, right? We always go from valuing these small guys to wanting size to going back to kind of playing small. So this is nothing new on that front. And then, like you said, Ben, I think there's just a lot of really good guards in this class just from kind of seeing all these guys get drafted and all of the skilled, like kind of ball handlers, 3-level initiators and whatnot.
For sure. The Hawks pick is in. There was some smoke about them potentially trading this pick, but it looks like they are going to be making it. The Hawks took Kingston Flemings at 8 overall. I wonder if this is going to be Henry Vasar. I've thought about centers.
I haven't seen a tweet yet spoiling it.
I like this. I like this. I'm not going to spoil it. I like this pick for Atlanta.
Oh, Zuby Ejiofor. Interesting. Shout out CT, big St. John's guy.
I like this
Zuby
one.
Ejiofor. What do you think, Brian?
He's a 6'7" center.
6'7", 6'8".
I talked about this with Chuck from the Chucking Darts podcast.
Love that guy.
A week
Absolutely
ago.
would die for that guy.
We talked. Chuck is the man, and we talked a fair amount about Zuby. I think kind of one of the ways I was sort of observing Ejiofor coming into this process was like, I think there's like a floor with him as like an energy, versatile defender who gives you some physicality and just helps you in your rotation through like the slog of an 82 game season. You just like guys like that can chew up and be innings eaters for you over the course of a long season. But I think with a guy like Ejiofor, if you sort of try to think of him as like a big wing, that's maybe sort of like he's got ball skills, like he can handle. The St. John's used him a lot, and like as like a 5-out initiator and playing through him either in the pinch post or the top of the key. He's got fake handoff type creativity to his game. Like he's got some face up drives. Like I think there's a chance Zuby is someone you could use in early screening actions, either on the ball or the guy setting the screen. If he gets a switch, he can look to post up. He's shown flashes as a shooter too. So I just think he's got like a good amount of skill to go along with this sort of like physicality, motor components of his game, and then just like he's been a highly productive, high-level college player for a long time. Like, there's a lot of data that suggests this guy is like is quite good. And I think in Quinn Snyder's sort of like funky offense with all these different guys that can initiate and flow into actions with one another and work as cutters, like I think there's a chance he could be a nice fit for that. So I like Ejiofor. I think there's a chance there's maybe a little bit more like offensive upside with him long term.
By the way, guys, not to pivot too quickly off of this, but the Knicks have traded the 24th overall pick to the Los Angeles Lakers for the 25th overall pick. Ooh. I'm not seeing anything else added in there, so it makes me feel like the Knicks are maybe trying to save a couple extra $100,000 because with the way the rookie scale contracts go, how much you pay a first-round rookie is based on how much, where they're drafted, right? So
also the Knicks were like supposedly heavily targeting Zuby. So I wonder if they saw that and they're like, all right, I'm out. Yeah. I also wonder if this could be Lakers trading up for Cameron Carr, who has slid a little bit compared to where he was projected in a lot of mock drafts.
Didn't they like Koa Pete a lot too, or no? Am I misremembering that?
The Lakers, did they like Koa?
Maybe, I don't know. I like him.
I don't remember reading any of that reporting. But yeah, I might be a little lower on the Zuby pick than Brian. I do like Zuby quite a bit, and I'm generally in the business of drafting good basketball players, and that is Zuby Ejiofor. I'm curious, like, Issa Newell wasn't a guy I was crazy high on last year, but at least a little bit of overlap there. I think there's also overlap with Zuby and Mo Gay as well to some extent. So I'm just curious. No, that was the other that was the other Mo Gay, Matt.
Darn it. Now I feel like this is worse than CT thinking that he were picking at 13.
Wrong Mo Gay. Point being, like, my main issues with this like aren't the spot and the players, and I think 23 is perfectly reasonable for Zuby. I had him in this, mid first-ish tier. Like I have him at 30 on my board, but everyone up until 31 for me was like a mid to mid late first level prospect. It's just that level of class in terms of depth. I'm curious to see like just like what, because like Kingston is someone who I believe in a lot as a shooter, but especially in terms of off-catch volume and on-ball efficiency, has some room to grow. Zuby grew as a shooter this last year, but still not perfect. So I'm more just like curious to see how it all fits together. But ultimately, I like Zuby a lot. I think he's a very good basketball player, so I can't be too mad about taking him. Just like, to me, probably the most switchable defender in the entire draft. And that is definitely going to be something that's something we know the Hawks like, right? Like that's been a priority for them. A guy who can, I don't think there's anyone who's really a 1-to-5 defender. Like, those players don't really exist, but
TMB.
maybe. Again, so some of the best defenders in the league, and I do think Zuby is like, he was phenomenal this year guarding guards. And like it's not like he's it's not like in the Big 12, in college basketball, he's facing the level of like size and physicality down low that he's going to get in the league. So we'll see how like the really like guarding and holding up against centers. But I like what you said, Brian. Like, conceiving of him as like a big wing, just like a versatile chess piece in that range would make sense. I'm assuming like I said, my guess would be that this is a trade up for Cameron Carr.
It is Cameron Carr.
You are correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
And it is
Carr.
Cameron Carr. Trade up for Cameron Carr. I like this pick a lot for LA. I think this is an awesome, awesome pick. I am a big Cameron Carr fan, have been for a long time. Good value on my board. He was my best player available. I had him 18th overall. And I think he is probably just a role player, but that's fine on a Luka and Austin Reeves team. And he just has a really unique skill set for a like quote unquote 3-and-D wing where he is like a crazy audacious shooter. Like he will pull from
crazy
35,
range.
40 feet. Not 40, not 35, 25, 30 feet, I meant to.
You never know, but yeah, that would
It's
be.
been a long day.
Yeah,
So
his
he's
range,
like
his
3-and-D
range
plus,
is
though.
his range is nutty though, for real. Like the off the catch, really big time shooter.
Also, huge. Again, it makes sense since there's not really like a lob target big for Luka, but Cameron Carr is one of the best dunkers in the entire in the entire draft. Like a true above the rim threat on both ends of the floor. Like I'm pretty sure was like the highest block rate guy on Baylor last year, despite being a 6'4" wing.
He was like he did the jump balls for them. Like it was unbelievable. I've watched a lot of Carr tape the last couple of weeks, and like I think every Baylor game I put on, he did the tip off for them. Even though he was playing like nominally the three for Baylor.
That's really sick. I love that. I love that tidbit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's got a 7 whatever wingspan, and he's
7
obviously
foot
a
and a
great
quarter
leaper.
wingspan. He dunked the ball 44 times this year. Like he is such a perfect fit with the Lakers. I adore this pick. I think it's awesome.
I have a question for you guys because I'm like, I read up a lot on him just because I love the alliteration with his name. But why was he not more of a lottery guy? It sounds like this guy's like the perfect modern day role player.
I would say, I mean, part of it is I think he's older. I guess he's 3 years out of high school, skinny, and I mean this wouldn't, and I guess just sort of like limited in terms of like what he can do with the ball. But so I guess I mean those would sort of like be my things because I think, and he's got a frame, like he should be able to add weight, and it's not like he's shy from contact. Again, I watched the St. John's Baylor game recently, and like he got knocked to the floor like 10 times in the game by Bryce Hopkins and Zuby, but like he kept popping up and was fighting in the post. So, but those would be my thoughts, would be that he's skinny, he's older, and just like a little limited in terms of like, what he can do with the ball on offense.
My boring answer to this question is this draft rocks and somebody had to fall. But like you said, Brian, I mean, he is quite skinny. I do think like his single year of production is like kind of worrying, but he has been like he was a pretty highly valued high school prospect, and then he missed all of his second year at Tennessee to injury pretty much. So it's like he is like a third year breakout type player, but it's not all because of like the basketball in the court. So I think and again, the fact that Carr is like just a role player does give me a little worry. My mic is peaking. I'll turn this down. But yeah, that's one of my favorite picks of the draft so far. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I do too.
Am I far off saying he's like would you guys say like a more bouncy Quentin Grimes type player? What are we saying here?
Shades.
I kind of like the Devin Vassell. I mean, Vassell was like a better, higher regarded prospect or whatever, but like the rangy wing with shooting upside that you can sort of like not just like stash in the corner, but you kind of like feature as a shooter too. So that was sort of like where I had was one of the comps with Carr that I was
as a
more
ceiling comp,
obviously.
As a ceiling comp, like we have on the sheet, like he really does remind me of Trey Murphy. He's not 6'7", but they have the same wingspan exactly.
Yeah, wingspan.
Wow.
And it's rare to see the combination of deep range movement shooting and vertical athleticism. Terrence Ross is the second comp I had, which is another example of like a movement shooter who could really jump, but like wasn't that great of a basketball player. Like he was a good player for a long time, and like if you're getting Terrence Ross with the 24th pick in most drafts, like that's not a bad outcome by any means. But like
Absolutely.
I just think having a guy who, like, with this combination of skills is a super valuable, like, combo of role player skills. And it looks like the Lakers only sent cash considerations to move up for this pick, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's what I figured was the Knicks were trying to get off some money. I have a question for you guys. Okay, so obviously, it's like, what do they say, about 20, 30 players, right, in every draft, like actually end up being like real like NBA players that stick around for a while. If you had to name 5 guys of the first 24 picks who you would, let's not do 5, let's do 3. 3 guys you don't think will be in the league 5 years from now, who would it be?
Ooh,
That's tough.
it's tough.
I think I'm gonna go with. Like it's also tough because this is just like a particularly good draft. That like,
Yeah.
obviously history is what it is, but like, I mean, the easy answers to me are Ament and Lopez, just because
Yeah,
of how particularly raw they are, and just like how much needs to go into their development. And if I think a lot of these raw players, even if it's for like reasons outside of themselves, cannot develop. Like they just don't have an optimal environment. But yeah, I'm trying to think of players who I think could be like legit out of the league. Maybe like if honestly Graves is a sneaky one to me. Where like
Yeah.
he's kind of like a boom bust player to me. I don't think I saw him described that way a ton, but like he has so much special to him. Like if he hits, his defensive playmaking, like his offensive rebounding, his instincts could make him awesome. But I think there is a chance that he's just not an NBA athlete. He's not an NBA mover, and he never develops enough offensively to compensate for that. So I think those would be my 3. If
Those
you
are
made me pick, but
those are good ones. I would definitely be with you on Lopez and Ament. This would be sort of like an unfortunate outcome, but like if Cadence just like never
Quaintance.
physically,
Oh yeah, that's another.
like
obvious
it's
one,
like
too.
the. I mean, I obviously I hope that's not. I want this in you. And physically, if it comes together, he's going to be, I think, a really nice NBA player.
That's a good obvious answer. You're right.
And, like, it's honestly probably like law of average. Like there have been a lot of small guards that have been taken in this draft, and it's like you're just not going to hit. I'm certainly not going to hit on every single one of these guys. So
For sure.
I'm sure a couple.
I think
of them
people
will
have
pop out.
People like I've seen some people like pushing back on the quality of the guard class with like they're kind of like, oh, you really think all these guards are going to be great? It's like no, but I think they're all phenomenal prospects with good chances to be great. So that I think is like.
I love this pick. I love this pick for New York. Really, really love this pick.
I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea who this dude is.
We'll talk in a sec. Oh,
Yeah.
Sergio De La Rey. ESPN has him listed as a forward. That is hilarious.
LOL. Yeah.
that is so funny. He's 6'6".
He's literally playing basketball now. Like he played yesterday.
I was about to say.
It's crazy. So just like very small note that will matter to really only me, but I live in North Carolina, but I spent the last couple of days in New York City, and I was in my downtime during that trip watching a lot of SDL tape in New York City. So I'm loving that he's ending up in New York. Literally was in LaGuardia Airport this morning watching some of his film. So I love having him go to New York. But I mean, he's a little bit older, but the size, the playmaking, the shooting, like really clever, unselfish player, can get off the ball. And I think like defensively, it was just like a little bit better than I thought he would. Just like as a team defender in the right spots on the backside of the pick and roll. You probably don't want him to be your low man, but again, just like I thought the rotations were good, and a guy that's played like at a pretty high level like internationally for a couple of years now too. So I like this pick for New York to get a guy that can play with the ball, be a creator, be a secondary creator, be a shooter.
He can also shoot.
Yeah. Yep. So I really like this pick, and again, I've really enjoyed what I've seen from him playing with Valencia.
Yeah, like he's just an inherently limited athlete. Like his burst and explosiveness, and I don't know how much like his frame. He's not very strong at all. Potentially could add more strength, but like has a lot of room to grow just from a frame perspective. But yeah, I love him next to any. Basically, I projected him a bunch to Minnesota before they traded the pick. Like I think I love him next to any team with like an initiator in place,
Yeah.
which I think is a guy who like can absorb some secondary usage as a pick and roll handler, but has like the shooting, second side attack game. Um, again, this is right out where I had him. I had him 24th and he goes 25th. So I guess this is kind of like the most my board has been aligned with what actually happens, I feel like, in quite some time. So I don't know exactly how to feel like. I don't know exactly how to feel about that. But yeah, my best player available is Joshua Jefferson, 23rd overall, who I think is a great player, and I'm excited to see where he goes. But yeah, SDLR to the Knicks. I mean, that's a player who I assume he's not going to stash.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to. You know what I mean? It's like I think he's kind of. I think one of the reasons why he's coming, he entered the draft because it was sort of like he and his representation are like ready to come stateside. You know what I mean? Like that was sort of my interpretation on his decision. What's left for him to prove at this point? And he'd be
Yeah, De La Rhea had scored 13 on 8 shots with 4 boards and 2 assists yesterday.
Yeah.
In the finals.
Yeah.
Like of the Spanish league.
Yeah.
Like he is an impactful, and again, like this isn't always like a surefire translation indicator, right? Like Ben Saraf and Noah Senge were in the same situation last year where they were playing in the playoffs for Ulm in the German league. Obviously Noah was young and not expected, but like Saraf was fairly impactful for Ulm, and then was pretty atrocious throughout most of his rookie year, despite having that quote unquote pro experience. So like, it is definitely a good thing to note. It's not everything, but I think De La Rhea is just talented. Like he's a good player. Like he is. Yeah.
And in the guy, I mean, the rosters in the ACB, like, there's a lot of, I mean, maybe this is not even the best sort of like comp, but it's a lot of like, it's former NBA guys that were like plus, good NBA rotation players, that he's going up against, grown men. And I really, one of my favorite little pieces of his game, you were sort of talking about the limitations with his athleticism, but he's got some nice counters on live ball finishes around the hoop. Like he's got these little like deceleration into a fake and then go up, or decelerate, fake, and then sort of like step around a defender and get the ball up onto the rim. So I like some of he's like a very crafty player. And again, with his size and shooting and ball handling, like there's potentially something there. So again, really, for me, he was sort of like the last guy that I did like a deep dive on in the process, and so maybe there's some recency bias coming away in terms of my eval of him, but I've again was really like I'm in on him as like a nice offensive piece in the NBA.
Someone said we got to stop drafting Ulm prospects, because also famously Killian
Hayes.
I have some Daddy A upside. I still have some Daddy A stock. But yeah,
another New York player too, right? I should say too, I think one of the guys
that is hilarious. They drafted, those two. I mean, those two didn't play together. But that is funny. More international.
I think one of the guys that SDL plays with at Valencia, Neil Sacco, I think he may have been on Ulm when, I'm double checking this now. No, he was not.
Nuggets are trading the 26th pick to the San Antonio Spurs, by the way, guys.
Whew. Interesting. Thank you for.
Yes.
I wonder. San Antonio. It doesn't make sense. And they want to Queen to, like, as talked about, we love him. I know red shirt at this point.
And the Spurs just made a really interesting pick.
this point in the draft, I'm done caring about it. So Matt or Brian, whoever's on, you can just say the pick when you see it.
Okay.
Because I'm going to be a little behind you guys because I'm poverty and I'm on my.
Yeah, the Spurs. So the Spurs are going to take Taurus Reed from
Interesting.
UConn.
Wow.
That one's weird.
Yeah, I don't particularly love that pick, but I mean, yeah, you're looking for more options to be backups behind Wembanyama. Luke Cornett did not by the end of the season was basically unplayable. So I suppose this is a swing for that, but yeah, I don't. Reed's fine. I just this is like an acceptable range for him, but he's not one of my favorite prospects in this class.
What's stop? Okay,
I like
what's
Terrence
different?
Reed. It makes sense to me.
What's
up, Matt?
different than what's the difference between Reed and like a Jaleel Okafor type prospect? I know he got brought up earlier, but like that like classic like post up face.
Reed
You know what I
can-
mean? Post up.
Yeah, I think Reed is Reed is a great passer. Okafor was a horrible passer.
Mhm.
Reed is a great mover, I think, and Okafor was a horrible mover. So like, there are some things to like about Terrace. Like he is a back to the basket scorer at the college level, but I think he has enough stuff. Like I think he's either the highest or among the highest steal rates in the class among center. Like he has a really unique ability to like jump passing lanes, be a disruptor off the ball, and players of his size and strength and like talk about like the Spurs really did draft two guys who could theoretically give Wemby problems just because Reed is so strong, has great hands. He can't really shoot the ball though, like offensively outside of the playmaking. I have some concerns about what he adds. Like he's not a vertical finisher by any means. He's kind of raw in terms of like his footwork as well to me, like even as like a roller and in some spots as a cutter. Definitely not a shooter. He will crash the offensive glass for sure, but definitely a role player pick. I don't mind it at this stage in the draft. But yeah, Terrace Reed Jr. is a solid player. I can't be too mad.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, and I would just say like to comping to Okafor, just like I mean, I think Reed is a a fine rim protector, but just better than Okafor was too. You know what I mean? Coming out of Duke as well. So he has, I think, a little bit more. Just sort of like his skill set fits those discrete traits you're looking a little bit more for in like lower usage fives than like Okafor ever could, possibly provide.
Yeah, like Reed, I think, yeah, it's a great way to put it. I think Reed is someone I liked a lot for Boston. Honestly, maybe I should bump this up to like a B- because I do like Terrace Reed a good bit, and I think San Antonio needs more big depth. And I think with like he's Wemby, like Wemby's such a cheat code. Like you can really have him work with kind of any other big. I wonder if the Spurs are going to be willing to lean into more double big this year. That's something I hoped they tried more with Cornette.
It was pretty bad last year when they did it.
Yeah,
plus
it
minus
was
one.
pretty bad. I agree, but like Cornette was so good in double big on the Celtics.
Yeah.
Right? So like, I feel like maybe there's something there, and then they have Quaintance, you have Reed, so it's like maybe they go back to that well. But I'm at least intrigued. I think a front court overhaul is the direction I like, and I prefer this honestly to like a Sinak or a Koa Pete. Which I guess wouldn't make sense for them to take another like developmental player after taking Jaden Quaintance, right? So like that wouldn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. It would make sense for them to be, this roster. All of their three best guys are still going to be on rookie contracts next year, which is insane. Just because Wemby's extension won't kick in for one more year, but like. The roster is going to get expensive fast, like Wembanyama, Castle, Harper. Like these are all going to be guys that are like, for sure. Like I think San Antonio needs to be trying to like make sure they can get Castle on like a like sub max contract because like Harper and
I don't know if
Wembanyama.
that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I just like Harper and Wembanyama are so obviously max guys, and Wembanyama's going to get the the 30% max too, coming off of his rookie deal. So it would make sense for them to, especially because a guy like Cornette's, more of a luxury for them now because they could spend on him. And so it would make sense for them to be thinking about like these other like, big dude minutes beyond Cornette, again, as the roster starts to age and stuff starts to become like a little bit more expensive, getting a guy late in the first round on a low salary number makes some sense. Oh, there's my guy, Slim, Isaiah Evans. I'm curious to see if he goes in the first round here. He was an interesting.
Snack Jr. has finally been selected at 27th by the
Boston.
Celtics.
That makes a lot of sense. That's a good Sinak spot, I think. I like that. As I think Chris Sinak is just like a super developmental player that needs a ton of time and room to grow. And I think Boston is a place that has consistently shown their ability to kind of figure out the way that, like, figure out players and get them at their best. And it's one of those players, like, it's a little bit of a reach for me, but I like this situation and this fit so much that I'm more optimistic about him than I otherwise would have been if it was like a different team picking in this same range.
Yeah.
Did you guys notice the famous head coach that was sitting behind Chris Sinak?
I missed
Sinak.
it. Who was
Nope,
it?
I wasn't paying attention.
He's always it was PJ Carlissimo, but
he's probably doing radio for ESPN.
Yeah, so I've always wondered is he the radio for ESPN because he's always everywhere.
He does like some college hoops like radio. I've seen him like at like ACC games he'll do them for like Westwood One radio or whatever. So awesome. I love PJ. He's a dude obviously loves and knows ball. So it's good to have him around. And yeah, Sinak's interesting. I mean, he's got great tools. I wish he had been sort of like more disruptive defensively for Houston this season. But he's a guy that clearly like bought into the culture at Houston. I'm sure he'll buy in with Boston. Ben was just talking about the program and the track record that this franchise has. And so his tools plus this sort of like mind meld there. Maybe you turn this guy into something. So I will. He's got ways to go. It's going to take time, but I kind of like this pick for Boston.
Yeah, I'm moving some grades around. Just thinking on
stuff. So while you guys are doing that, sorry.
Yeah, I think Sinak, like, again, so overwhelming in terms of his explosiveness and his athleticism, like legitimate center size, and he moves like he's 6'5". Like, and speaking of guys who have legit center size and move like they're 6'5", Tony Pesta, who covers the Cleveland Cavaliers, is on in anticipation for Cleveland's upcoming pick. Tony, how's it going? Thanks for joining us today.
What's going on, guys? I can't quite say that I have center size, but I play bigger than my position, right? I play with a lot of heart, so I'll definitely try do my best to fill that role. But thanks for having me. I'm excited to join.
For sure. Your Cleveland Cavaliers are going to be on the clock very soon. Just finishing talking about Chris Sinak Jr., who, I mean, he's such a project, but he has real tools, and even if he doesn't play for like 3-4 years, which is kind of the projection, at least the projection that I have on Chris Sinak, I'm not super crazy about his chances of impacting the game early on. But overall, I think it's an understandable choice. And now the Brooklyn Nets, it's not Minnesota, it's Brooklyn. Yes.
So real quick, guys, while we wait on that, let's play I found a fun stat. You guys this might be very obvious, but
of course you did.
Okay, so of the top prospects ranked by unassisted field goal rate, so who had the most made unassisted field goals of all top prospects this past season of college basketball? Do you guys know who it is without looking it up?
Corey.
Any other guesses?
I was gonna say Phylon or Corey.
Okay, Tony, you got anything for me?
I'm not locked into this year's draft class, so I'm here for Cavs talk and good vibes. So I can't give you a guess.
Could be
Brian's right. Brian's right. It's a Corey at 81%. 81% of his field goals.
He was insane. He was insane. His the CBB analytics number for him on like unassisted points total per 40 minutes was crazy. Points created per 40. These were like, he was in the 99th percentile for all of those, and he was super efficient. And him doing it on that Stanford team where like, the delta between him and the next best player was crazy. Corey was like legitimately like the third best player in the ACC this year behind Boozer and Wilson. He was awesome.
Yeah, I love it as well. Tony, first off, how we feeling about the Cavs in general? Lost to the eventual NBA title winners. I guess you have that. And what kind of player are you ideally looking for with a late first round pick here?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if anyone is familiar with my Cavs coverage, I'm usually optimistic. I'm a very positive person, and you make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, there's something to take from that. Obviously, you had to fight through 2 7-game series to get there, and there's positives you can take from it. You can also look at the negative side and say, well, you had the worst possible record you could have getting to the Eastern Conference Finals, but you made it there nonetheless. That's something that's only happened 9 times for the Cavs in their franchise history. It's something that you have to take and feel proud of. At the same time, as you mentioned, we didn't just lose to the Knicks. We got ran off the floor. We got ran out of the gym in every single game except for that first one, which, thankfully the Spurs blew an even worse lead in the finals because that took some of the attention away from what the Cavs did in game 1 against the Knicks. But, yeah, I mean, I think I was talking about this today because the fan base, the Cavs fans, they're feeling a little on edge. And I think it's because this is the first time where we're starting to truly wonder if this team has hit its ceiling. I think when you're that up-and-coming team, when you're a young team with so much potential, so many different ways that the roster could go, different internal developments that could happen, you get real excited about the future there. And I think the previous season, them winning 64 games, that might have been the peak of what that core could have been. Then you have last season, which really from the start, just they fumbled out the gates. They were struggling. I think at one point they were 17-16. They were basically around 500 in December. And they end up salvaging the season by making some pretty big moves at the deadline. They salary dump Lonzo Ball. They flip DeAndre Hunter. They trade Darius Garland for James Harden. And I think that move raised your floor and certainly helped you get to the conference finals. I don't think with the version of Darius Garland that they had last year with the toe injury, I don't think they could have made it to the conference finals. But at the same time, I can't blame anyone who had worries about James Harden going the distance in the playoffs. And now I think we're, back to what I was saying earlier about hitting the ceiling. I think now people are concerned if the Mitchell Harden backcourt can get to that next level. I think there's some valid concerns there. And that's different because for the longest time through this run, the one thing that we felt like we had was Donovan Mitchell was an elite playoff performer. And despite them making it to the conference finals, this was the first time where it felt like Donovan Mitchell, a lot of those limitations were starting to show, the playmaking limitations, the way that he gets attacked on defense. It was the first real time where you had concerns there. And now you look at it and, you're restricted by the second apron. It looks like they're going to do everything they can to duck that this summer. So I think they might be able to avoid that. But there aren't many options for them to improve now. They obviously weren't involved in any Giannis trade talks. People have floated out Jaylen Brown. I'm not too excited about that potential. I don't think they're going to make a move for that. But it's something that, it's going to be talked about. But outside of that, you just have moves on the margins. You have, can Jalen Tyson improve? Can Tyrese Proctor be an impact player in his second season? Those are like the tiny things on the margins that you can get excited for. But outside of that, we kind of know what this team's going to look like. Maybe year 2 of Harden next to the bigs will look different, and that'll help. But to answer your question in a very long-winded way, I'm feeling as good as I can given the limitations and the way that it feels like this team maybe has hit its ceiling.
Always positive, Tony. Love it. But the Nets just took Joshua Jefferson, which is a Cavs target I was thinking about. That's a player I really like, though. I mean, he just fits the mold of like a connective tissue forward who his main things are like incredibly strong physically, awesome connective passer with like real vision against double teams. He'll like manipulate defenses to hit interior passes. Like, my main issues with him are as like a scorer in the postseason, like what kind of, what he can add in terms of pressuring defenses, forcing playoff defenses to pay attention to him. But he's an awesome player. I'm a big fan of Josh Jefferson. Anyone else? Brian, most likely thoughts on Josh Jefferson to the Nets?
It was a huge fan of Jefferson and a guy that I earlier in the cycle would have sort of was considering as like a Hornets target. He was like maybe the closest thing to Cam Boozer, like in college basketball this season, just like a point forward that you could run, even though Iowa State had good guards, they could just run the offense through this guy. And he could, as you said, manipulate defenses. He can move defenders with his eyes. He can see over the top of guys, like super skilled, super strong. So I like Jefferson. I know he's an older prospect. We'll see sort of like how the offense scales down. I think there's probably going to be some questions and some concerns with that. Like, what does Jefferson as sort of like a spot up wing look like, as opposed to a guy who gets to just like dissect from the top of the key and beat up guys in the mid post look like. So I understand. Obviously, it's unfortunate he got hurt, missed the stretch run of the season for Iowa State, but he's a really good basketball player, and a guy with some size and some playmaking upside. So not bad for late in the first round.
The Nets obviously have a type. They love their like guys with some ball skills and some feel, maybe shooting questionable, maybe athletic questionable. Tony, Matt, Brian, I don't think we talked about the Randall trade at all really today. So we can quickly have that conversation while we wait for this Cavs pick. What do we think about the Randall trade? I guess for Brooklyn, since they just picked, but also for Minnesota. I think the Bulls are the team here that's like obvious why they did what they did, at least to me.
Yeah, I mean, so from the Nets' perspective, like again, there is incentive now to try to win games and be competitive, right? So you have Randall, you have MPJ, so those guys can kind of help the young guys feel a little bit more comfortable, not as much stress on their shoulders on the offensive side of the ball. So that'll be nice, and I mean it'll be kind of fun to see the two of them together, and some of these young guys exploring the studio space alongside them. From this Timberwolves standpoint, you kind of got the sense that Randall was a guy who could win you a first round series, maybe win you a second round series, but he was not going to help you beat elite teams because he falls in love with some bad shots. Defensively, he has his question marks, although I thought he did a solid job against Wemby, especially in the early part of that series against the Spurs. I kind of feel bad for Randall now because he's kind of becoming like a DeMar DeRozan, where teams just like every time they want to get better, they keep trading him. So I mean, you got to feel for him for that perspective. But he also signed the contract that he signed that made him somebody they needed to expend. So there's a double-edged sword to that. I assume the Timberwolves are gearing up for another move, and I'm curious what that looks like. They definitely
You certainly hope so.
they definitely need another front court guy, right? Because I mean they're kind of guard heavy now with Io and Ant-Man and I guess Bones Highland, and we won't be seeing Dante DiVincenzo next year, but he was another guard in that rotation, and you're gonna be asking Jaden McDaniels to play a lot of the four now in certain lineups, which could bode pretty poorly for them, especially when it comes to like handling more physical teams. But I mean, that was a shocking move for sure. I didn't know that that's the direction they were headed in, but I'm curious to see what they do next.
It feels like they need more, not just, Nas will play more. Maybe Berenger can give them, they expect him to step into a larger role next season, blah, blah, blah. But, along with Ant, who was pretty beat up by the end of the season, was really playing through some stuff. Like, I know Io helps, but they're going to have to get more playmaking, on that roster too. Randall, for all of his flaws and his warts, mostly on the defensive side, is like a pretty awesome offensive player. Even with some of the limitations. So he leaves a big spot in a lot of like playmaking, ball handling opportunities that it feels like Edwards is sort of like maxed out in terms of like what he can do for you there. Maybe McDaniels gives you more, but for them, if they're trying to keep up with OKC, San Antonio, Denver, like there are moves to be made for sure.
Yeah, you'd hope a backcourt addition is. I mean, like I don't even know who they're getting in free agency, or like. I mean, they have that trade exception, right? Like they created a pretty big trade exception from that deal.
Derek White was a name being floated around from Boston.
That would be pretty interesting, playing like a Iowa White, and Jaden Gobert starting lineup, and you have Nas off the bench. That'd be interesting. I don't know. I
Pretty
feel like
sick,
something
honestly.
had to give with Randall and Gobert because there was like a firm kind
Yeah,
of ceiling on that team, especially in the later rounds. By the way, the Suns are
sure.
trading the 30th pick to Dallas. The Cavs are trading the 29th pick to the Kings. While we were
Oh, sorry, Tony, no pick. No, I'm kidding.
No, I kind of had a feeling that that's the direction this draft was going to go. That's what I'd heard leading up to this. Is that the Cavs, it just financially, it makes sense for them to try and move out of the first round and pick up
yeah.
either 1 or 2 second-round picks. So not surprised there. Wish they could have done it an hour ago instead of making me wait till 11:30. But it is what it is. But the only thing I do want to add on the Randall trade very quickly, just because I think Ben mentioned at the start, the Bulls coming in and just taking Nick Claxton like that. I can attest to being the third team in a Nets deal because that's how the Cavs got Jared Allen.
Yep.
They were trading for James Harden, and we said, what, we'll take a free Jared Allen if you'll give it to us. Now the Bulls just did basically the same thing, picking up Claxton. I don't know if it'll work out quite as good for them, but I can definitely vouch for being the third team in a Nets deal. So that worked out. And unfortunately, the Cavs don't have a pick here. But Ben, I wanted to know, who would you have picked if you were the Cavs at 29?
By the way, the Kings selected Alex Caravan.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Oh, wait, is it Kings or Suns? Oh wait, no, Suns are 30.
Suns took the 30th pick. From the
Okay,
Mavericks.
so Sack.
Caravan.
I'm not a Caravan guy. I do not like this pick personally. I'll get to it. If I were the Cavs, I would have targeted probably. I think Henry Vasar would have been my pick. I think they could really just use more front court depth and like more front court versatility, and especially like a real 3-point shooting center would open up would open up so much for the Cavs. I think, and Vasar isn't like a crazy athlete or like the most explosive physical player in the world, but like he's very well rounded, and I think he'd be really good in the double big lineups to give some more like, again, you can actually run double big that's not Mobley Allen, and obviously the Mobley Allen lineups have been generally awesome, especially when paired with our guy Dean Wade.
Well, Dean.
Yeah, love
Baller.
Dean Wade. But yeah,
Ben, by the way, the 30th overall pick has made me the happiest man on earth. Just to let you know, if you catch my drift there.
So the Suns traded in for Koa Pete.
Yeah, they did. They did.
That smoke was coming, honestly. So,
That's
so
a perfect way to end this 4-hour bloodbath of talking.
Oh man. So Isaiah Evans was Isaiah Evans the only guy invited who didn't get?
Slim. It's so sad.
I'll say this: I'm a big Isaiah fan. Spent time around him. I thought it was interesting he got the invite to be like it was like felt like it was a bit of a reach, but makes for a motivated Isaiah Evans too. So there is that, I guess. Yeah, I don't love the Caravan pick for Sacramento. I thought he was like an awesome college player, like perfect for UConn system, movement shooter, good feel for the game. I just think he's going to be, positionally, I think he's going to be a weird fit because he's a little limited athletically. You can't really play him at the 4 anymore. And but the shooting and the ranges and the off-ball stuff is good, so maybe that's a pathway for him to carve out a role. But I just think he's like limited outside of that scope.
Yeah, he's a one-skill shooter to me, which is just like not. I think those are archetypes you can find.
Yeah.
Like Caravan is 6'7" and an incredible movement shooter, but like he can make some quick passes as like a secondary player, but ultimately like so many players I'd prefer. And then Koa Pete, I don't really get that for the Suns. Like I get like he's in Arizona, but I feel like
We'd
they
like to
have
sell
a lot
some
of-
season tickets. Yeah.
like they have Rasheer Fleming, who I think is kind of like a better version of what Koa Pete gives you. Like Oso Ighodaro is a good young big. You drafted Malawash. I guess you can only have so many front court players, but yeah, to me this is just a big long-term project. So maybe if they're just looking to stash Koa Pete for a while, but yeah, definitely not my favorite pick in the world. Spotted Sausage, where can we find the panelists' work? Everyone who has been on the stream is on the screen except for Tony. Actually, no, Tony's on the screen. And then I'm going to link everyone in like the description when this all goes live. But Yeah, that's the draft. Let's stay. Tony and Brian, feel free to stay as long as you want. We're probably going to do 15 to 20 more minutes here, just recapping. It's been almost 4 hours. Funny enough, I have a rec league basketball game at 9 p.m. and I am going to be late, but I'm going to be there.
Super sub.
No, I'm actually and be a super sub. But quickly, Brian, I guess Tony, if you have any vibes picks, favorite and least favorite picks of the first round.
Let me see. Favorite pick. I kind of like. I do worry about just sort of like the overall collective like team shooting in Detroit, but a Corey getting to like play alongside Cade in some lineups and giving them like another creator. I really do quite like that a lot. I don't know if that's my favorite pick, but that's the one that's like jumping front of brain. I kind of like Alan Graves, Toronto, like them going CMB last year into Graves this year. It's like definitely cornering the draft Twitter crowd. So I appreciate their front office for going in.
They are
direction
certainly
as well.
cornering the draft Twitter crowd.
Yes.
That is absolutely the case.
So I'll go. But yeah, I'll say a Corey. File into Philly. There's some other good ones. SDL to New York, but I'll go Corey to Detroit and sort of lock in with that one.
I love it. That's definitely one of my favorite picks. Tony, any good vibes picks from you?
I don't know if this is necessarily good vibes, but I guess the one that just is the most interesting to me, and again, I want to preface this by saying that I am the least of the NBA draft guys up here. I barely watch college. I'm here for the vibes of the host here with me. But if I had to pick one that I'm going to be interested in, I want to see what Wagler looks like with the Clippers next to Darius Garland. Pairing him with a 6'6" guard, that's obviously something that in Cleveland they weren't able to do with Darius. He was always playing next to Donovan Mitchell, and while I think that backcourt was capable of doing a lot of great things, it's also maybe not the maximized, idealized backcourt to have in today's NBA where size, athleticism are so important. So I'm interested to see what the Clippers are able to do there. And I'm interested to see what the Cavs do at 34 if they're able to pick up maybe Visar, as you were mentioning, just, adding a reliable backup big there. I don't know how much will be able to help them in the immediate, but obviously still on the board and someone who they could look at. And I don't want to, leave abruptly, but since the Cavs did make the trade, I have to go and write this up for Fear of the Sword. But thank you for having me on. It's always great to talk hoops with you guys.
Thank you so much for popping on. No, we're glad to have you. I mean, always fun to chat with you. I'm sure we'll talk Cavs at some point, but thanks so much for coming on and spending some time with us and showing all the people your wonderful knowledge and positivity. I don't know. I'm so tired, but
yeah, 4 hours is a long time, man. I can't believe it. I didn't realize the draft was going to take this long, honestly. I know it always takes forever, but for some reason, I thought it'd be like a 2.5 hour thing. But shout out to you guys for going 4 hours straight. That is not easy. So you guys better subscribe. Subscribe to Ben. Make sure you guys support Ben and Matt. This is tough stuff to do for 4 hours straight. And thanks for having me on again. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Tony. See ya.
Thank you so much, Tony. So, Ben, I'm reading this tweet right now. It says, New York traded number 25 pick Sergio Del Laria, SDL, whatever his name is, to the Dallas Mavericks for the 30th pick, Koa P, and 2 second-round picks.
Wait.
And then the Knicks traded Pete to Phoenix.
Okay, wait.
No, never mind. I think they just made it a 3-team deal. Never mind. But wait, no. So the Mavs now have SDL.
Okay, so De La Rey is a Mav, not a Knick.
Yes, and the Knicks now have a couple more draft picks and cash.
I think I like that even more for Dallas than I do for New York, honestly. Like, he is the perfect... Hey, there was someone in here earlier who was crashing out about the Mavs not trading in for a guard, so you clearly manifested that one. That one's awesome, but, man, awesome first round. Like, this was so much fun. Honestly, like, maybe even like a chalkier draft than I thought, but let's do some quick post-draft recap. We've already been going for 4 hours. My favorite draft, man, I think it's got to be OKC or San Antonio. Probably Oklahoma City. Like the Mara Sturts pairing is truly absurd. Mm-hmm. Wilson and Swain is another one that I'm really high on. two clear lottery level guys to me. And then, even though it's just one pick, I think Ibuka Okori to the Pistons is truly the kind of pick that like you make in this range of the draft, and it changes everything, and it changes your life if it works out. Like, can you imagine can you imagine like the Pistons with like even like a worse version of Tyrese Maxey? Like that is to me the high end sell with Okori. But yeah, those are my personal favorite classes so far.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think shout out to Jazz, right, for getting Darren Peterson, a guy who you even admitted in our last podcast episode that he would be your number one guy had it not been for kind of the concerns with the injuries and stuff. Like, I mean, if that works, man, they're getting a superstar caliber player to round out that fearsome front line, and then Keontae George. Like, they could really be building something special there. So shout out to them for that. I think I loved the Warriors picking up Yaxel. I thought that was a great move and gives them a chance to be competitive next season and the year after that in the final kind of saga of the Kerr, Draymond triumvirate. So that's pretty cool. Let's see who else. Do you like? Huh? Who else do we like? I mean,
Okay, so
I think the
let's get into,
76ers.
yeah.
76ers did a nice
Yeah,
job.
Island for sure.
Yeah.
Let's get into some of our least favorite picks
Okay.
before getting into our best available heading into day 2, which I will be back for day 2. We're not. This is a 2. Honestly, I mean, at least it's like the thought of having to do another whole round right now makes me want to go insane. So I guess that's nice. The Bucks kind of predictably did not
Yeah.
have a draft that I liked. Burry's at 10 in a vacuum. I don't really mind, but I just don't understand this being the team for that. And then
100%.
Amen, we talked about constantly as a guy who we projected as a reach. So that's probably my least favorite draft. Sacramento, I guess, like Acuff pick. We have our limitations with Acuff, but like trading up for Caravan, I'm definitely not optimistic about that. But like honestly, not a lot of picks, and like I feel like I say this every year. I feel like teams that are getting smarter. Like I feel like there's less just like total out of nowhere what the hell picks than in past years. And I think we kind of saw a lot of that today with most of the teams. At least you can be like, I get it. I understand why this pick happened.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just you could say that with contracts too. I mean, but then again, the Wizards did what they just did, so maybe we're not getting that much smarter. By the way, just to put a bow on it, so that Derek Queen trade is officially Derek Queen for Asa Newell and Kingston Flemings, as we talked about in Bucket Talks last
We did
episode.
predict this. That is true.
Yeah, you would say that's a win for the Hawks, knowing what you know right now.
Oh yeah, the Hawks are happy with that. Even though, again, Zuby, another one of the picks who I wasn't crazy about, but yeah, I mean, just looking at our best available players, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 players in like my first round tier, and I think the horizontal board is generally a better way to conceive of that. Alex Caravan off the board, Koa Pete off the board. Anyone else I'm missing here who got drafted? I don't think so, but I really like Isaiah Evans, one of the best players left, as Brian said, was in the green room, dynamic movement shooter. Henry Vasar, I'm kind of surprised he didn't get drafted, given how scarce the center thing kind of is. But like a legit potential dribble pass shoot center. Bruce Thornton was not projected in the first round, but he's a flamethrower, and I love him. Malik Thomas, another like upside-y combo guard. And then, I mean, like, again, even into the second round, so many guards I like, whether that's, a point guard swing in Braden Smith, or a Jack Kyle for international swing, or like a Jacoby Gillespie. And then, conversely, the like 4 handlers and wing market, that is basically barren at this point. There are very few options heading into day 2 for like real forwards and wings and like big physical players. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun second round. Honestly, like no one, like I said, nobody so insane fell to the second round this year, which maybe I honestly would have expected like somebody crazier to fall, but no one that crazy, I think, fell to the second round that it was like impossible to foresee.
Yeah. By the way, I also want to shout out the Cameron Carr. I feel like that was a great pick for the
Yes.
Lakers.
Agreed.
I know I'm backtracking here, but I just wanted to say that because he's just got an aura to him that
He
needs to be
does, and he's a great. again, for all the reasons we talked about,
Yes.
profiles as a really ideal Luka player. I think
Yes.
he is someone who is just going to be a great fit with Doncic, catching lobs, backdoor cuts. Yeah, the
I mean,
Nets
isn't
have
he
a
like an enhanced Derrick Jones Jr. kind of like? I
yeah,
know we
definitely
spent
to
a lot
some
of time
extent.
talking about that athleticism.
For sure. For sure. I think he can be absolutely can impact the game for Luka in a similar way that DJJ did. Obviously, like a corner shoot. I mean, Carr is way more than a corner shooter, right?
Yeah.
And he has some like legit movement versatility while being a really effective play finisher. Who else have we not talked about yet? Someone in the chat said the Nets had a good draft. That is true. It was not a great draft for the Nets last year, I'll say. We didn't love it on draft night, and it ended up being a draft that doesn't look that great a year in. But Michael Brown Jr. and Joshua Jefferson is a haul that I like quite a bit. Michael Brown Jr., one of the highest ceiling offensive players in the league, and then Jefferson, like a four-man who's just like an adult in the room, really effective player. I think his like brilliant connective passing is phenomenal. Also, something I just thought about: the Hornets drafted 2 Germans who played on the FIBA team last summer. That's actually so funny. I didn't even think about that. So
Yeah.
Anderson and Steinbach already have some familiarity, which is cool.
Yeah. I don't really have much to say there. I know Matt, the other Matt, he's pretty down bad right now with that Steinbach pick, which I mean, if Steinbach is who you guys seem to think he is, I guess that would make some sense why you'd be a little perplexed by that trade.
Yeah.
I
I do think he's
mean,
a good
that's
player
his
though, and
selection. Excuse me.
like a fit with Charles Lee, generally speaking. So I understand that.
I feel like the Wizards kind of come out as a mini loser here, wouldn't you say? Just like not deciding to pass on both Boozer and Peterson, like just in your honest opinion, right? Wouldn't you say
Maybe.
that?
Yes, but like the fact that I view those 3 as a tier makes it hard for me to call them like I guess maybe mini like I try to be careful with, like docking a team because I'm like, they should have taken this guy that I like, when there's so many other circumstances. So as long as they're like drafting within the tier, I think that's generally okay. And that's what they did. So I can't go as far as calling them losers. I think the band says that level of player. I mean, they entered loser territory with the Trae Young contract, to be clear.
Yeah, that's big loser.
That has nothing to do
big
with
loser energy.
That is yeah. Anything else we have not discussed? Sorry, Matt, what's up?
The Grizzlies draft.
Love it. I was going to say, still 93 people in here right now, which is crazy. Again, thank you so much to everyone who was staying out. I think we had like 3,000 concurrent views just on my YouTube channel. I know we had a lot more on like the Essentially Sports YouTube.
See if we got to 15K on Essentially Sports is Twitter.
Huge shout out to everyone who was hanging out with us. Again, this is a labor of love for us, and it's exhausting, but it's super fun. And I very much appreciate all of the support this cycle.
15.5. 15.5. Yeah. I wouldn't call this a labor of love for me. I was very, very beat. I was
hey, you sat here. You sat here the whole time with me. I give you credit for that. It is an exhausting thing to do, talking about basketball. But again, it wasn't just us. We had our guests on who were all great. At least I think at least 1 or 2 of them might be on tomorrow. I have some new guests planned for tomorrow as well. So gonna be a fun live stream. And second round is always fun because we can spend a little less time actually talking about the exact picks that happened and recapping day 1, getting extended thoughts on all of that. But yeah, I was going to say, anything else we want to get to or any questions? Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, Grizzlies draft, you said. I mean, they took the best player in the draft at 3. They took the Lopez pick, give it a B+. I might move it down to a B. Like it's just fine to me. Like, I don't think it's
Mhm.
anything special. I understand the thought process, but yeah, I guess like we said, it's like it really is like Lopez plus 5 seconds, isn't it? So like
Yeah.
that is it is hard to decouple the player itself from the value they added to the players. So ultimately, I do think the Grizzlies ended up with a very good day overall. When you count in the trade downs and landing the best player in the draft at 3, like hard to think anything else other than the Grizzlies are setting themselves up really well for the future. I'm very excited. I really hope we get Edie healthy because I think he and Boozer could be a pretty game-changing
Yes.
backcourt duo.
Yeah, I agree. Would you say you feel better about, obviously, this is hindsight now. We have a lot of information about how his tenure went down, but would you, if you had to go back, like, I mean, compare the way you would feel when they selected John Morant and the way you feel selecting Cam Boozer, would you say you feel better about landing Cam Boozer than you did John Morant at that time, or?
I was way too low on Ja as a prospect.
Okay.
I wasn't that crazy about him, honestly. I should have been higher on him, but I think even with the knowledge of hindsight, Boozer's such a different level of
Mhm.
player, like in so many different ways. So yeah, I feel better about this than I do about that 2019 draft, which again set the foundation for them alongside the Jaren Jackson, and it was really that into Desmond Bain. So you're thinking Edie into Coward into Boozer maybe can be that next kind of trio for them going forward, and it's a really impressive front court duo. Yeah, I feel good about this. All right. Anything else we want to talk about before we sign off? Again, like I said, there's still so many people in this live stream. Thank you all, really from the bottom of my heart. It means the world that people take the time out of their days to hang out and watch live stream and comment and yell at us for whatever it is doing ever. But Matt, any last words for the folks before I will see you tomorrow at the same? I think the draft starts at the same time.
I'm pretty sure it does. Last thoughts. Just that I'm really grateful to have been in your inner circle for this. To been a fly on the wall. Some brilliant people talking about some cool stuff. Learned a lot, grew a lot, aged a lot. Right, sitting
You're
sitting
really
through a
not
lot
letting that
of
one
this.
go.
But no, this is awesome, man. Thank you so much for all those who tuned in. We're at nearly 16,000 on the Essentially Sports Twitter, which is pretty crazy to think anyone would listen to us speak about that kind of thing for that long and that much volume of years. But yeah, this is awesome. Very cool, very fun. Excited to get back at it tomorrow.
Awesome. And everything will be linked somewhere, but make sure to, of course, keep up with Matt, keep up with me, keep up with the Essentially Sports channel. We'll have plenty of, post-draft content as well, I'm sure. And yeah, I think that is all we have for you. Ending these things are always hard, but thanks so much to everyone who's been here. We really appreciate it, and we will see you all